mute. We got your video started. You're recording.
I'm going to call this meeting to order. And first order of business is introductions.
Start with him.
We'll go backwards, counterclockwise. All right, Alan.
Alan Redfield, beef rep south of Livingston. Got the cattle at the mountain pasture this week, which was kind of nice to get them up there, get them. So we got done with AI and everything going good. About ready to start cutting hay. Should rain now.
I'm not too worried. Greg, are you on?
Still on.
Greg? Well,
He's either on he's on mute, so we'll have to come back to him.
okay, William.
William Klein, Sausage Swine Representative of Augusta, Montana. Things are looking very good in the pork world right now. Prices are sky high. And China just opened up 3 more ports yesterday for exports to receive U.S. pork, and it's a good sign. And the futures are showing it. So on the home front, pretty dry. We're getting spoon fed this year. There's not much hay. I think it took us a day and a half to do the hay crop this year, so that tells you what you need to know. It's still hanging in there, the wheat and the barley. It's looking, I don't know, not too bad, but I don't know how much longer it can go along that way. So we'll just pray for rain and keep going.
Yeah.
Lily Anderson, dairy and poultry rep from south of Livingston. Pretty similar to Alan. Cows are in the mountains. We did cut some hay and we got it baled, and we'll start on the rest of it here soon. Just spending most of my time fighting irrigation pipe that's older than Gene, so.
That's old time.
I like that, Lily.
Oh, where's Jake? Eric, are you on?
Yeah, Eric Moore, Miles City cattle rep. I same as everybody else. Moisture around here is spotty. South, Miles City in the southeast corner is pretty good. We went down and made a loop through the Dakotas. Western Dakotas are wet. Eastern Montana is pretty good. Get north of Miles City, it gets real spotty up to the High Line. It just kind of, they didn't get a lot of that spring moisture, so it depends on kind of who got hit by a thunder boomer and who didn't. Drying out pretty fast now. I think the dryland hay is going to be spotty north of town, but I think there'll probably be a lot of Dakota hay that'll move west because that country is just underwater. They've had phenomenal moisture. So first video sales are behind us. They were sky high as everybody thought. You know, $2,100 to $2,300 is kind of what a ball and calf is going to cost you, and you can get a little higher than that if they've got all the bells and whistles. Gonna make hard break evens for the margin operators to make those cattle work. And of course, the same operating line only buys half the cattle that it did 5 years ago. So, you know, the grow yard operators and the feedlot operators and the stocker operators, I think, are sharpening pencils pretty hard to see how they can make this work. So I think feed's gonna be fairly cheap around here because I think a lot of cattle are gonna leave the country and go to the Midwest or up north to Canada. So other than that, all good here.
Okay.
And Greg's unmuted now.
All right, Greg, you want to get on? Greg, are you there?
You there?
There
Yeah,
he is.
There you are. Go ahead, Greg.
Okay. Yeah, my phone's being messy this morning. Greg Witchman, sheep representative, Hilger. Had a little shower last night. We've had some pretty wicked hailstorms go through the country. Luckily, we've missed them, but they've done some pretty serious damage. Had some baseball-sized ones, or even softball-sized hail in a couple of those storms. So, haying's in full swing here. Hay's not so shiny, grass looking pretty good, but I guess no 2 years are the same, and we'll take whatever Mother Nature gives us, so.
Okay, and I don't know what your schedule is, Greg, but you know, we have a fairly, what I think is fairly important item that we have on the agenda that I'd like everyone to be on. So if it's going to be tight for you, we can move it, and that's at on the litigation, and we had a hearing that we have to make a decision on. I don't know whether you got the email last night from Mike and had time to read through the 40-page supplement that he sent out.
Yeah. I spent an hour this morning, got up early so I could get through that. I'm on the road working on hay and equipment, so it's just kind of hit or miss on my end. So I'll pull over if I'm on the road or stop what I'm doing when it comes time for that session. So.
Okay, well, then we're, you know, it's going to come up fairly soon. So if that'll work for you, we'll just kind of run through the schedule like we are. Then I think we're scheduled for somewhere around 9 o'clock. Is that going to work for you?
Yep, I'll make it work.
Okay, all right. Well, then we'll just kind of try and stay on schedule rather than jumping around. And Jake, is he?
I don't have Jake on yet, so.
All right.
And he had warned that he may not be able to get on, but he would try where he could.
All right. Well, Gene Curry, cattle rep from Blair, and we're quite dry. We did get west of town. We got 1 3/4 inches last weekend, which is the most rain we've had since last fall. And the dry land hay that doesn't have any sub-irrigated ground around it won't get cut this year in our country. There's nothing there. And the irrigation water is short. We just got a letter that they're going to shut off the water here the 1st of August totally. So, and there was a couple of neighbors just planted sorghum Sudan under pivots. So that was hoping for a drink of water through later August, I'm sure, but they didn't know that at the time. So, I just got back from Alaska, so I'm a little behind on what's happening in the area. Otherwise, I haven't talked to anybody that sold calves, but I'm sure anybody that did was happy with the sale. So with that, and I do have, you want to, on our way down here yesterday, my son called me. He was going out to fix an irrigation ditch and had
Visitor, huh?
yeah, I had visitors at the irrigation ditch there. Sal and those two little guys there. And then that was earlier this spring, right, but basically in the same area, different sow. As a pretty apparent. And so, and we have a South African working for us, and the day that those were out, he was on the other side of them, so he got to see him. So he was pretty excited about seeing it. And see our intern from Texas. I don't know if she got to see those. I think she was out yesterday on the new ones. You know, so they're pretty small. So with that, we will. I'm going to ask for approval, and then we'll do each set of minutes separately. So I'm going to ask for a motion to approve the hearing minutes from May 27th.
27 on our regular meeting.
27th was that hearing. 28th was our regular meeting. So
I'll make a motion to.
okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Lily, second by Alan to approve the minutes of the hearing held in Butte on the 27th of May. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Approved. Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right, I'm gonna ask for a motion to approve the regular meeting minutes from May 28th. The meeting was held in Butte.
I move that we approve the May 28th meetings.
All right, have a second? All right, I have a motion by Alan, a second by William, to approve the minutes from the May 28th regular meeting in Butte. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. And then we had a short Zoom meeting to finalize the hearing findings from the 27th on June 13th. And that meeting was held via Zoom. So I'd like a motion to approve those minutes.
Move we approve the June 13th minutes.
Okay, do I have a second?
One second.
All right, a motion by Alan, a second by Lily. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Very good, thank you. All right, Mike, I guess you
Yeah,
have the floor.
this will be actually very simple. We didn't have an ops review this month. And so next month starts the new 6-month scenario. I know in May we talked about, I think Mr. Moore was one that made a recommendation about making sure we keep some targets on there around our preparing and plans for emergency preparedness and some of the rollout and communication for that for foreign animal disease. That was a important thing that we need to make sure that we're setting targeted goals, but I still keep the floor open for probably mid-July when we'll have the first ops review with the governor under the new with the new 6-month cycle. So if you've thought of anything, new staff obviously is contributing things as well to put on our 6-month targets to really concentrate and work on, and then be reporting to the governor on during those weekly meetings, or not weekly meetings, but monthly meetings. Please share that. But I really don't have, since we're closed out the one that we were doing for the first half of the year, and we didn't have a meeting with the governor scheduled for June. So I don't really have a whole lot to report there, except there's still time to let me know if things you think we should put on the list of targeted goals for the next 6 months for those when we start back in July.
So does anyone have anything today that they'd like to share with Mike? Eric? No, I see a head shake there. Greg? So, well, I guess just keep it in mind, and we still have time to get it on there. By the next meeting, we'll have time to, and anything can be added about any time, can it, Mike?
Yes, yeah,
So,
yeah,
as it comes up.
as it comes up.
So that's it?
That's it. I didn't have a whole lot
That
there.
has to be the shortest
Yeah,
update from the OGSM we've
Yeah.
had since I've been in this room. All right, then Mr. Spatz was listening, and means he's not very far away.
Good morning.
Good morning. Introduce yourself, please, for the record.
You bet. For the record, I am Michael Spatz, the Human Resource Officer for the Department of Livestock. Same thing today. Some staff openings and recruitment talk, but we do have a couple things on the agenda. We do have a couple of requests to hire that we'd like to request from the board here. So putting you guys to work early in the morning today. So
That's one with the car.
Yeah. Kicking off, just looking at the recruitments and where we're at with openings. We're currently recruiting for 3 positions. We've hired 1 new person since the last board meeting. We have had 2 vacated positions since the last board meeting, and we've received 1 future resignation that'll be around the beginning of August. One of the vacated positions and the future resignation are both. One is the veterinary supervisor position, and then the other staff vet here in Helena is leaving for personal reasons. And we got out there, posted. We've got a District 14 investigator job that we're recruiting for. It's getting a lot of applicants for it, so that'll be pretty easy fill. It looks like a lot of good applicants in that pool. The lab is motoring right along with the veterinary microbiologist section head. They're in the lab, so they got getting close to some second round in-person interviews. Have some good candidates there, and then we're still looking for. We filled one of the building's market inspector positions, but we still got to fill another one that we had open. All right, some of the the exciting stuff, position highlights that are going on. The meat, milk, and egg unit has filled their Northwest supervisor, meat inspector supervisor position with a gentleman by the name of Jeremy Levitt. He's joined the team, started with the department on June 23rd. And some of the other highlights within animal health we do have the veterinarian positions that will need to get filled. And then there's some minor restructuring in the meat, milk, and egg, and they're going to request a sanitarian supervisor position that'll come up here. Other good news in the brand side, Wes Seward was promoted into that area supervisor field operations in the Central District area. So he was the successful candidate out of that pool. So congrats to Wes.
So
then,
just on that, is that gonna generate an opening, or is that it will?
Wes's position, yeah,
Yeah.
correct.
I thought
Yeah.
maybe he would just cover both, but no.
No, he'll be busy doing
Okay.
new stuff. So, so yes, that's kind of on the list. So we will have a District 15 position that will get posted out there. But we do have some market inspectors starting on Monday, so we're getting some of those positions filled that we had out there. So that's looking good. And then just looking at what we're gonna do with some other FTO positions and things like that Wes was too. He's also an FTO, so a field training officer. And then the important stuff. So we got two requests to hire. The first one is I have job descriptions. Mike, you might have this one that you can share, but I can pass these out for people.
Yeah.
So people in the room are lucky. Pass one of those down. Here. Oh, excellent.
Unless they're down.
They're in the book, I think.
They're down. Oh, they're here. They're
One's
here.
in the book, and then the next one we last minute kind of getting it updated. So we'll get it online, but it's not in the book for you. But the first request is the assistant state veterinarian. Originally, we had tried to recruit that some time ago, and then we changed the job to help fill that void so we could have better luck recruitment, and had to change it to a veterinarian supervisor, just a different level. The intent of that position was the need is to have the assistant state vet help Dr. Szymanski out. So with that opening, we'd like to go back to that model and put out there for an assistant state vet. And I think with the market, appears to be really good for veterinarians for whatever reasons out there. But.
Well, Mike shared with me last night, and you can maybe verify it or not, but there apparently was some layoffs in federal.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Tony Szymanski, Animal Health and Food Safety. Yes, there was some layoffs within USDA, and then additionally, I think a lot of veterinarians took the deferred retirement, but maybe aren't necessarily retirement age, just because they wanted to take that opportunity. And so I think there will be some veterinarians out there that will be seeking jobs in the future. So I think there's a good shot for us to fill a true assistant state vet position.
Timing in life is everything.
Timing is everything.
2 years ago, it was not good.
Yeah.
Yes,
No,
exactly. Maybe how you feel about the circumstances, but it's going to work for us. I believe in that too, and it's helping the lab right now too with filling that important position they got there. So the So we do have a position. It's not a new position by any means, but we would just kind of go back to the classification as it was. Prior wage, we were 116 to 120 a year for the wage. However, with the increase through the legislature, this wage that's on there, we're requesting it at about 119 to 124 would be the range that we'd be looking at hiring at. And that would include that legislative increase that everyone's going to get next week.
So, all right. I guess I'm gonna ask for a motion to accept the request to hire, post a job opening for the assistant state vet, I guess would be the.
Mhm. Yeah, and remember, we're asking you for approval on this one just because we're changing it back. We had downgraded it when we had trouble recruiting, but we would like to try and recruit that higher level. And since it is a change from what we had, that's why we're bringing this in front of the board.
Change that you needed to be approved.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I move we, set it, post a job for assistant state vet.
Okay, second, William. Okay, discussion. I think we had fairly pertinent discussion beforehand as the timing. So Eric, do you have any comments?
Nope.
Greg? All right, any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the request to post a job opening for assistant state vet, or signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, that was I was a little quick on that. Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right.
Took it easy on Dr. Szymanski today.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the next position, we have a draft job description. That one didn't get in the book, so this one, you'll want to see this one.
And I guess for Greg and Eric, if you would like to see the job descriptions, you can maybe email Mike and
Yeah, and I can
Or-
send them
or
out directly
somebody.
after this. And
yeah,
Donna will have
yeah.
them.
Well, that'd be good if you would. Maybe he'll email them out to the three that aren't here right after he's done, and so you can have them. I don't know that it affects what we need to do here today specifically, but it's good to have that information in case someone gets asked.
Yeah, you bet.
All right, go ahead with your.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the second request is for a sanitarian supervisor, again in animal health, but in the meat, milk, and egg unit. This would be a supervisor for the existing sanitarians that we have. And then also as backup, EIAO is a compliance and training officer that we have. Mr. Jay Nelson is our current EIAO. And super busy, does FSAs, some investigative and compliance work in the meat plants. This person would assist with that, then also take on some supervisory duties that would then relieve the current bureau chief of some direct reports. 2 would free up that. And it makes sense to have a sanitarian, a licensed sanitarian actually supervise other sanitarians, because then they understand the work and they know what's going on with that piece. So
So is this a new position?
we have, it wouldn't be new, yes, but we have vacated positions that have been sitting there that we can fill. So we're not adding any FTE
To help, I'll help Mike with a little bit longer history here. So this goes back to when we started having issues with cash flow in the milk inspection program, and we had retirements that we didn't fill. So one of those was the supervisor that had been the supervisor over the milk area. So that's been 4 years, 5 years. I can't remember how long it's been since Mr. Turcott retired, but it's been a while. So we had some positions that have been sitting long vacant because we didn't have the cash to fill them. So this has become possible because of the fund switch that we executed in our House Bill 2 budget by getting some general fund authority for the milk inspection unit. But as you can see, it's still not going to be paid for completely out of milk inspection. It'll split duties across the programs so that you can use a little bit of the egg money to help pay for it. You can use meat inspection money to help pay for it because they'll have duties across those. But I would say a primary duty will be bringing a supervisor back in over the milk area so those milk sanitarians are not reporting directly to Alicia. So it should provide some more support and flexibility and capacity for milk inspection, primarily just because of the long-standing vacancies there that we had never been able to fill.
Can we have him stop by the egg plant in Great Falls every time he's even close so that we can
Or she.
justify a little bit more of this? Dr. Szymanski.
Yeah, and to add to what Mike said, Mr. Chair, members of the board, one of the things that we have had over the last couple of years is we have to have the ratings officer that comes in and does the evaluation. Every year we bring that proposal forward to the board. It has not made sense to have any of our sanitarians achieve that status because then it gets to the point where they need their assessment done and we're still bringing in somebody from outside. This individual could serve as our ratings officer for the state, so we would be saving money and not having to bring somebody external in. Additionally, on this position would serve up as the backup EIAO. That is something the evaluations that the EIAO does of the meat inspection plants is supposed to be, there's supposed to be a schedule to that. And that's one of the audit findings that we've had in that program previously is that we were a little bit behind on our FSAs. And we're mostly caught up on that, but it is a full-time endeavor for Jay to try and manage all of those. And so this would help kind of alleviate some of that crunch over on the meat inspection side. So there's a lot of really, I think, important roles that this position can fill.
Just all your acronyms, and when I was reading through the agenda and some of the updates, there was a couple times we had acronyms in there that we didn't.
They weren't defined.
Yes.
We can go back and double check that.
Well, just keep it in mind when you're sending it out because once a month or so is not enough to keep all the acronyms because you have yours and everybody has their own set and we're trying to figure out which acronym. I mean, it just looks like 3 or 4 letters.
Mr. Chair, I don't know what EIAO stands for.
Okay. All the more reason to have the first time, it's like the legal, you have the first name and then they use the last name after that, but they make sure that the first time it's printed.
I just know it's a big deal.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Yeah, I got to air up the tire on David's baler and start on it. So.
I thought he was trying to talk to us.
Yeah, I thought he was too. That's why I was popping over. I'll mute him for real
Oh,
quick.
he muted himself.
Oh, I just muted him.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Fixing. Yes, William.
I have a question, Mr. Chair. So we're touching on the subject here from meat, milk, and egg, and one of the representatives asked me from NIA there. So it used to be the state helped pay for inspectors, and now NIA or Wilcox pays them exclusively. How come that's so? Maybe I didn't understand the question correctly, but.
Wilcox has always paid an assessment fee for the shield grading. The state's never paid for that because we do that on behalf of USDA Ag Marketing Service. We do that on behalf of USDA Ag Marketing Service. And so there's an assessment fee that has to be paid for that. Unless we were getting some USDA funds I'm not aware of, but.
I don't believe so, and I believe that that's a published rate that we're charging, and it may be that it feels maybe more acute as far as how much they're spending because they've increased the hours of operation at the plant. So I think they're running 6 days, 12-hour shifts, and I think they're talking about going up on that. And I think it's every hour of inspection they have to pay for.
Yeah, and the other thing there that could be part of that is that we used to charge a lower rate because states were allowed to set their rates, and so we set our rate according to what our budget needs were. but probably 3 or 4 years ago, I know I've talked about it here at the board before, there was a conflict between Arizona and California in regards to California thought Arizona was stealing their eggplant businesses because they charged lower rates for inspection, and therefore there was a lower cost of doing business in Arizona versus California. And so USDA mandated at that time that all states have to charge the federal rate, which is why we end up with a cash balance a lot of times in the egg program. And that's because we have to charge that established federal rate, but that established federal rate has largely been above our cost here in Montana for performing that. So there could be several things that lead to that, well, I know it used to be less, and why is it more? Well, if that's what people are speaking to, it's because we have to charge that federal rate. And I think Dr. Szymanski is also correct in that as they have increased the hours of operation, the overall amount they have to pay, because it's based on that hours of operation, that amount goes up. But the state has never paid any state funds for that program. It's always been a fee for service program.
Maybe I misinterpreted the question here. I don't know. I'll do some checking on it and see if I.
Well, thank you, William. And that's exactly what needs, that's why we have a board for all of the industry, so that they have a liaison to reach out and then make sure we get the right answer. And if there is a problem somewhere in some area that we didn't identify before, we can figure out a solution. But so that's exactly why we're here. So, James, is there anything else you'd like to?
I was just going to point out on the wage there, that's similar to our current EIAO, Mr. Nelson, and then that's the target of where we want to be. I put a range in there of the 3850 to the 4050, just in case there's some change in the markets or something with the sanitarians, and to ensure that we have this percentage, or 5%, 10% above people that would report to this position as a supervisor. So, but the goal is the 3850 now. That is what we're looking at.
I think with that, and the last hourly wage that I received for a job was $1.75. That's the last time I ever worked by the hour. So things have changed. Just in a couple of years though.
Yeah, just a few.
Okay. I entertain a motion to grant a request to advertise for this position of sanitarian supervisor.
I'll make that motion.
Okay. A second. All right. I have a motion by Lily, a second by William. Comments? Eric, do you have any questions or comments?
Nope.
Okay. Greg, are you on? Do you have any questions or comments? Well, he's probably fixing a baler. Any discussion here? Hearing none, all in favor of Greg?
Greg's off mute.
Okay, all right, Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, unless I need to say something, I'm just going to be on mute. Like I said, I'm taking phone calls and working on stuff, but I am listening. So.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Yep. I just wanted to make sure that we were including you. So when we get to that one item, then I will make sure that you're on. But otherwise, we'll watch, and if you come off mute, we'll recognize you then. So, all right, all in favor of granting the request to advertise for a sanitarian supervisor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right.
And then the last little bit is just some general updates, stuff you've heard about, but House Bill 13 pay increases, just a reminder, that's going to be effective tomorrow, Saturday. So that starts off the new pay period. That happens. Your performance check-in processes are going. People are jumping in there and working on it. And I know because the instructions we get to get in there aren't real clear, so we're helping people get into that system. And then another one that's pretty new, but I think it's worth the board having noticed, but the governor has notified state workers yesterday that they're working on a centralization of human resource, IT, and procurement positions within D of A to help standardize policies and centralize certain functions and getting the state to work together on certain things. So that's
So how will that affect your position? Do you have any ideas yet?
We'll see.
Yeah, we know very little. We'll be working with D of A here in the next few months. They mentioned like somewhat of a matrix dual reporting type structure, but I'll still report to Mike, so the Department of Livestock, but it'll just be, I don't know what their other reporting consists of within that, but we'll make it work. So.
Yeah, on the procurement function, there'll be no change. We're already an agency because we don't do a lot of larger procurements that are subject to the Montana Procurement Act. So we're already centralized under Department of Administration and Procurement Bureau that does our procurements. Doesn't mean, I mean, we're involved in them, obviously, as the subject matter experts, but if we buy a piece of a lab of equipment, it's actually, they're the ones who, put out the RFP, do all that. So that has no effect on us. For agencies that have their own procurement teams and procurement bureaus, that might be different, but that one will have little impact at all on Department of Livestock. HR will be having meetings over the next couple of months. We'll learn more. On IT, as we already have sort of a unique IT setup. So I don't know how much that'll change that. Rick will be the point person, Rick Quarter will be the point person in dealing with that. But, we already have a shared chief information officer that's actually a Department of Ag employee that we pay for services for the time that he spends on our stuff. So I would assume that from that standpoint, there's less impact on us than agencies that have more direct staff that are agency staff.
Thanks for the opening on that CIO, because I've thought about that a few times. Of course, it was a topic of numerous minutes of discussion in this room. So how much are we getting billed? Do you know, or do we have to?
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head. It's, we're roughly paying for about 40% of the position, 30-40%, I would say. Based on what they get out, but we pay that on a monthly basis. We get a bill and pay it that way. Department of Ag has all the dollars for that position in their budget. Mm-hmm. So we just pay as we go.
So can you enlighten me as to what we're paying for? What's the function that he's doing for us that we're getting billed for?
Well, he's providing supervision and oversight to our IT staff, the 3 that we have that are still within the agency. So he's their supervisor. He also coordinates. So Department of Ag has folks that actually have different skill sets than our people do in some cases. And so he may bring those people in to help on a certain project because they may have more knowledge base on one thing or another than some of our staff, and vice versa. Our staff might do something they have more knowledge based on. So he's coordinating that, as well as, he's the one who's interfacing with ITSD directly. So, there's monthly meetings that they have trying to coordinate, making sure that all the agencies are on the same path as far as information technology is concerned. Again, that's one of the things I think that is trying to be through this executive order that came out this week is trying to get more consistency, in those sort of shared business areas like IT, like having, operating less like 19 individual businesses and the state of Montana operating like one business, one entity. And so it's consistent across the board. So he is the one interfacing with ITSD in those meetings and doing that work. So for both agencies, versus where before there'd have been somebody from Ag and somebody from us who'd have been in that meeting. Now there's one person in that meeting that's representing both agencies.
Okay. Well, I just, you know, it was the topic of a lot of discussion, and then the person got hired and we just kind of,
We don't hear that.
Yeah, it's,
just pay the bill. You know,
it's, yeah. I would say it's gone smoothly. I mean, Mr. Curry, you're in here early on board meeting days. You know, Rick come in here and checked on us this morning, made sure we had everything we needed, made sure everything was working, made sure that we had the staffing that we needed to get through our online meeting today. Mr. Bodner's back there. He's had lots of, I think he's still back there. Yeah, he had lots of IT projects. I know he's interfaced with Rick probably more than any of us on those different projects that he's been working on and brands. And so I know Rick's a part of all those vendor meetings and is there with Jay and helping him with those. So those are the types of things that he's doing.
Well, that's good. And good to hear that everything's going fairly smoothly.
It's fair to say that Livestock was a little bit ahead of its time in terms of centralization and with IT and what we did there with that. So we've already experienced it. It'll be fine.
Yeah, I would say that the big thing that come from the executive order that Mike mentioned is that there, like I said, there is a desire for these, what we would call the shared business services, things like IT, human resources, things that every agency has to do that are not directly specific to their mission or to their subject matter, so to speak, that the governor's wanting to bring consistency to how that's being done. And the history of state government, and our former legislators certainly know, because they probably sat through lots of hearings and had an understanding of that there's been a tendency of agencies to act very independently of each other, almost as if, they're like I said, there's 19 constitutional agencies, and sometimes it's been like there are 19 different state governments. But the governor has had a desire to try to get the state of Montana to operate more like one larger business, with those of us, the agencies, being the subdivisions or the subunits of that larger business. And so there's consistency on these shared things. So how we're purchasing IT, how we're doing those things are not radically different from one agency to another.
William.
Mr. Chair, so will that change the decision making or the way the state does things?
It could. I don't think particularly for IT and for procurement, as I said earlier, and we'll have more conversations about HR. Actually, I don't even think it changes a lot for our agency in terms of HR, because we've usually just adopted the Montana Operations Manual and the state policies for personnel as our policies. We haven't gone out and created our own set of policies. I certainly think there are probably agencies that have done things like that. They're like, well, we adopt some of the state policies, but then we have our own stuff that's special to us. And so they might be doing things differently or using different systems than other people in state government are. So if you're an agency and you have been doing it very differently than how it was structured, either under the state operations manual or, like, say, in IT, if you had your own IT purchasing people who are out working with vendors and doing those types of things, if that's the case with agencies, that would be a change for them. But for us, as I said, our procurement has already been going through D of A, so there'll be no change for us there. And we've been letting them and following their policies. In HR and Mike's world, we've been pretty much following exactly what the Montana Operations Manual says in how we handle different personnel issues, so and pay issues and so on and so forth. So I don't think it's a big change for us because we're already doing what their operations manual says.
We follow the rules.
And then on IT, the same way. You know of the projects that we've been doing. We've been folding into the larger plan for state IT, which is to get away from people building homegrown one-off systems within agencies that only people in that agency know how to operate and support. So, like, our brand system's built on ServiceNow, which was new to us, but ServiceNow is also behind conservation licensing at FWP. It's behind a lot of other big systems across the state. So that's one of the things, or one of the visions that the governor brought, was trying to get us to utilize more of the same systems, more consistency, because of a belief that you get more in your purchasing power. You also it becomes more flexible in how you fix those. Like, so if a lot of major state systems have the same platform behind them, you have more expertise in how to deal with them, and you don't have to worry about, like, I know Jay has come to you about the brands lookup that they rolled out here in the last month. And we talked about the old app we had, that it was great until the one guy who knew all the codes and the programming left, and then nobody knew how to do it after that. So we've moved away from that a long time ago. So that's why I don't think this has a huge impact on us. But there could be agencies out there that it does have a huge impact on, because, I have to admit, I'm not very familiar with how every agency is operating internally and making their decisions, and who they have hired, and how much they've been operating consistently with the rest of the state government versus doing it differently or doing it their own way.
So William, just an example, prior to this board, the brands program, the support they were getting was in question. They weren't getting the support they needed. So then at one of the board meetings I was attending, they were trying to find out what kind of a support contract they even had with that company. This Department of Livestock had their own contract with that provider, and they weren't getting the support. And it appeared to me, just listening, that when they entered into that contract, they weren't very cognizant of what they needed to have in the contract to protect themselves, and it was costing them a lot of money, and they weren't getting the service they needed, and that's why we're at where we are today. But the consistency throughout the government, you can just see the support staff that Jay has now compared to what there was prior to this. I mean, just a night and day. It's just difference. So,
Mr. Chair, just as at least on the HR side, I'm not certain of the IT and procurement, but this was a model. Probably I thought it was in the early 2000s, but it was the 90s that Montana state government had a model similar to this, where D of A really held on to all HR functions, and then those got pushed out. So we were talking internally yesterday about pendulum swinging, and just what happens in state governments is part of it. So we'll adapt to the change what we get. So,
yeah, and it always changes.
Yeah.
well, and you hope that they're good, and the consistency is the model that they're shooting for, and
efficiency. I'm all for it.
So, anything else you'd like to share with us?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, that's all I have for you today.
Any other questions for Mr. Spatz? Eric, you have any questions? Maybe he's having a cup of coffee. So, all right. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So do we have?
Yes, I see Miss Berterber out there. I hope I'm saying her name correctly. And I see Miss Howard out there. So I think you have everybody you need to move forward with the licensing final order. And Jake's out there online as well now. Mr.
Okay,
Pettis,
so I'm just so Jake, you're online, are you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And
Yep.
Eric, are you still there?
I had to step up for a call or something.
Yeah, maybe you could. And so Eric, Greg, we're gonna have this legal counsel update and litigation update. So if you can maybe lend your ear to your phone, and we'll try and get Eric. Someone want to send him a text and just see if he.
All right, you just move.
Okay. All right.
I was like,
Okay.
let's just move
All
on.
right,
Let's keep going.
so.
There
you
he's
wanna
on. He's there.
introduce-
He's there.
you wanna introduce-
Yeah, I'll introduce Miss Vertebrae here. She's here today, as you know. We don't have our standard like legal counsel update from Miss Simon, who works for the department. She is in Europe this week, so kudos to her. But Ms. Vertebrae is here today to represent the board in this licensing action final order situation. We also have Ms. Howard online, who is counsel for ABARS processing, the business entity that's involved in this. So I'll introduce her if she's ready to jump online. Ms. Vertebrae, if you're ready to jump online, I'm hoping that you're going to be leading the board through this process here this morning.
Yes, good morning. We will be, Ms. Howard is going to be making an oral argument, but this is regarding the matter of Robert Sane doing business as AS Processing regarding the recommended decision to revoke the licensing for by the Montana Department of Livestock. And so I believe you guys received all the materials with the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law that was written by the hearing examiner after the hearing took place. And both the Department of Livestock, Ms. Simon, and has provided a brief regarding their requested changes, as well as Ms. Howard, who represents Robert Sane, has provided a brief and a response as well regarding their recommended changes to that proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law. Ms. Howard will make an oral argument. What the board will be determining, essentially you have three options, which is to accept we call them FOFCAL, the proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law. You can accept it as the hearing examiner has decided it, or you can reject it entirely. Or the third option is you can accept the FOFCAL with certain proposed changes and exceptions by either party, if that all makes sense. So I think Ms. Simon has waived, since she's not going to be here, waived oral argument as well for the department. So it will be Ms. Howard will provide oral argument on this matter. So if you would like to move forward, Ms. Howard, the floor is yours.
And Ms. Howard, if you're speaking, I would just remind you you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you now. Thank you.
I'm on video on my computer. I also called in audio on my cell phone. It's a little bit clearer. I don't know if you can see that number on there. I don't know if you have to allow me, but that's how we've been listening in.
Yeah, I do not see a number. Yeah, but we hear you. Well, now we don't. Let's see.
Is your cell phone like in the waiting room or something? You see?
No, we don't have a waiting room, so.
She was really clear.
Yeah, she was really clear.
Miss Howard, would you try, can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me again? I was disconnected.
There you go.
There you are.
We hear
Yes.
you. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I apologize. Okay. ABARS Processing, specifically Bob and Eileen Shine, sitting with me here this morning, have served Northeast Montana for over 40 years. Since 2019, ABARS has successfully operated under its custom exempt license number 1782 without incident until new inspectors were assigned to Northeast Montana region in the fall of 2024. The Montana Department of Livestock has the sole burden to show ABARS Processing's custom exempt license should be revoked. It is our belief that the record shows the department did not meet its burden in this case. This conflict began on October 8th of 2024 when an inspector rifled through and removed files from Eileen Shine's desk without permission. The Code of Federal Regulations, Administrative Rules of Montana, and the Montana Code Annotated do not explicitly authorize an inspector unfettered access to areas of a facility that do not engage in the slaughtering and packing of animals or the record keeping of such, namely the administrative desk of Eileen Shine, which contain personal and professional information irrelevant to their custom exempt license. Having said that, ABARS fully acknowledges and understands that it must produce access to its facility as well as all relevant records when requested by the department, and ABARS is happy to do so. Since October 10th of 2024, ABARS, as well as myself, have produced all relevant records to the department when requested. ABARS has and continues to make a good faith effort to provide the department with information necessary to keep its custom exempt license. All issues that were cited by the department in its initial complaint and at hearing have been rectified. Specifically, the department referenced freezer buildup. ABARS paid to have the freezer repair and proof of such was provided to the department. Spinal cord. One spinal cord was found by an inspector. This was a one-time occurrence that has never happened before and will not happen again. Labeling. ABARS has produced documentation that its labeling system is compliant. Maintenance. ABARS has produced documentation showing its wall and pole was sealed, therefore its maintenance is again compliant. Sufficient records. ABARS has produced all requested records and the department has not made any additional requests for records. Finally, allowing inspectors access. ABARS has repeatedly requested reinspection by a professional inspector. At hearing in this matter, the current Eastern Area Supervisor provided sworn testimony, which shows this is more of a case of personal vendettas of inspectors rather than ABARS's failure to follow relevant standards. More specifically, beginning on page 119, line 21 of the hearing transcript, testimony by the Eastern Area Supervisor was provided as follows. Question: is it fair to say the sole purpose of today's revocation hearing is just based upon the production of records? Answer: records, and I would definitely say the aggressive attitudes of the Shine family. Question: okay, you have been provided at least 2 years of records, correct? Answer: yeah, eventually I was. Question: that was admitted as Exhibit M, correct? Answer: I believe it was. End of the hearing transcript. Based upon that, we respectfully request this board deny the department's findings of fact and conclusion of law and prevent the revocation of the custom exempt license. Finally, I have a brief statement prepared by Eileen Shine that I'm going to read for the department's consideration or the board's consideration today. I think that Ms. Howard has relayed all information that you are requesting. I am not sure that there is anything left to say regarding our license, except that there are very few producers left in this corner of Montana, and shutting us down doesn't benefit anyone. I am not sure why you would focus on record keeping instead of the cleanliness of any facility. You have seen the records that we keep. I don't think that they lack the information you are requiring. They may not be neat and tidy, but all the information is there if you look or ask questions. We have never had a problem with an inspector until the current one. I feel any inspector needs to have a working knowledge of the livestock industry and should be able to pass a background check. We have been serving Daniels, Sheridan, and Roosevelt counties and beyond for over 40 years, and I cannot think of a single customer who has complained about the work that we do or the cleanliness of our plant. It is hard to keep a small business going in rural Montana without the added burden of nitpicking little things. It is also very hard to get any sort of service work done on refrigeration or any other kind of maintenance in our area. That is the conclusion of the oral argument for A-Bar-S. We appreciate your time and consideration, and I would be happy to answer any questions that the board may have at this time.
So, and it maybe is in here that I missed, but I heard you reference the freezer that it has been repaired. Is that?
Yes, sir,
correct,
it has.
And what was the date of that repair?
The an invoice was provided as an exhibit at hearing. A refrigeration company had to come from Williston, North Dakota, and they could not immediately come. The invoice was Exhibit 2 admitted at hearing. The invoice itself was dated December 12th of 2024, but the work was completed before then.
Prior to December 12th, then, is what you're saying?
Yes, that is correct.
Does anyone else have questions? So maybe we could get the legal counsel, that the hearing officer or whatever.
Or Ms.
Offer,
Bergman, who's your legal counsel, yes. You
Yeah.
can ask her questions as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I guess I need a little more clarification of what the findings and conclusions that the hearing officer found, and just so we're clear, everyone, because we're not all here in the room, and I don't know where.
Yes, sir. This is Katie Verteber again. I'm not positive what in the PDF that was sent to you. I actually wasn't on that email. I just have the separate documents, but there should be a document I'm trying to find what was sent, that is titled The Proposed Findings of Fact and Conclusions of Law. That document is the one prepared by the hearing examiner that makes a number of findings of fact and then conclusions of law, and then that walked through the conclusions of law based on the freezer buildup, the labeling, the spinal cord issue, and then made the final determination, as well as the records and maintenance, and made a final conclusion recommending revocation of the license. That was the hearing examiner's determination after the hearing. And that, again, that document is titled Proposed Findings of Fact and Conclusions of Law. I want to believe it should have been the first part of the supplement. I just got my paralegal to send it over to me.
So maybe you could just give a brief synopsis on each finding of fact, and the findings of fact are fairly short, but the conclusions of law, just a brief synopsis of each conclusion of law, so that everyone understands what what the findings were and the conclusions that the hearing officer determined after listening to the testimony?
Yes, sir. So the first, I'll go to the conclusions of law. I think that is probably a better explanation. As far as the freezer ice buildup, the hearing examiner made a determination that based on the inspections, there had been buildup in the freezer, and I believe there was multiple inspections that were done. On the second inspection, the ice buildup had still not been removed from the freezer. A third inspection took place, and at that point, the inspectors were not allowed to inspect the freezer for ice buildup. There was a fourth inspection, and during that inspection, it was determined that the ice buildup was not removed from the freezer. So there were 4 inspections done. One of them they were not able to inspect, but throughout the ones they did, the freezer buildup had not been removed. And at the time of the hearing, based on the determination here, ABAR-S had not offered any evidence to show that the freezer did not have improper ice buildup outside of its contention that there was no longer ice buildup. And so the hearing examiner made the determination that the Board of Livestock met its burden and presented sufficient evidence to show that ABAR-S did not have sufficient ventilation when it was inspected. Regarding the spinal cord, the hearing examiner made a finding that there was a carcass hanging in ABAR-S's cooler with the spine still in the carcass during a first inspection. ABAR-S was notified was informed that they had to remove the spine from any cattle over 30 months of age. During the first inspection, ABAR-S stated it did not slaughter any cattle over 1 year old, but during the hearing, Mr. Sign stated that he never said that. So there was a dispute. During the second inspection, there were no carcasses present to confirm whether the spine was removed. A third inspection was conducted, and the inspectors were not allowed to inspect ABAR-S's cooler for the carcasses, but confirmed verbally that ABAR-S was not aging the cattle. During the fourth inspection, ABAR-S told the inspector they were not required or trained to age the cattle. The hearing officer found there were multiple inspectors throughout multiple inspection dates, verifying that ABAR-S was not aging its cattle or properly removing the spine, and informed ABAR-S that it was required to do so. The hearing examiner made a finding that the department met its burden and presented sufficient evidence to show that ABAR-S's products were adulterated or misbranded at the time it was inspected. The hearing examiner made a finding regarding the labeling that the meat was not properly labeled outside ABAR-S's contentions at the time of the hearing. They argue that their meat was properly labeled, and the hearing examiner again made a finding that the livestock department met its burden to show that ABAR-S's products were not properly labeled. As far as the next section, moving on to the maintenance, again, there was multiple inspections conducted, and again, it was determined that the cooler needed to be repaired. At the time of the hearing, there was no evidence to show the cooler wall was not in need of repair, despite its own contention, and the hearing officer made a finding that the department met its burden and presented sufficient evidence to show ABAR-S did not properly maintain its facilities. Moving on to the sufficiency of records. Again, multiple inspections took place. In the first inspection, the inspector was unable to observe ABAR-S's slaughter records. Mrs. Sign maintained the records were not present. Following the first inspection, Mrs. Sign did provide an email to the department containing a tally sheet of recent animals slaughtered, but no other documents. A second inspection took place, which ABAR-S refused to provide slaughter records to the inspector. ABARS was informed that the inspectors needed to review their records. Following that second inspection, a telephone call was conducted with ABARS during which they agreed to email all of their slaughter records. ABARS did later email photos of its filing system and partial photos of its slaughter book to the inspector. A third inspection took place, which ABARS initially refused, but eventually allowed the inspector to inspect certain selected slaughter records. However, not all records were able to be observed and confirm that they were adequate. During a fourth inspection, the inspector was allowed to inspect the slaughter records. There was questions regarding the records, and the inspector concluded that the adequate records were not kept. There was some questioning during the hearing regarding these records. And at the end of that hearing, the hearing officer did make a finding that the livestock department met its burden and presented sufficient evidence to prove that ABARS did not maintain adequate records. As regarding allowing inspectors access, during all of the, again, as you've heard, multiple inspections took place. There were 4 of them. At the end of the hearing, the livestock met its burden and presented sufficient evidence that the inspectors were not allowed access to ABARS's slaughter records or the meat processing facility, which led the hearing examiner to make the overall decision to recommend that their custom exempt license be revoked. Now, that was the hearing examiner's findings. You also received a few other briefs. One was from Ms. Simon on behalf of the department, which her recommendation, or in her brief, was to move forward with revocation of the license, but she also requested a number, as you'll see throughout her brief, findings of fact be modified or additional findings of fact and conclusions of law. And as well, then you have a brief from Ms. Howard on behalf of the signs, and she requests, in addition to her oral argument, that the license not be revoked, but also that the order be modified to state that they did, in fact, fix some of these issues, as well as the department did not meet its burden, and therefore the license should not be revoked. And your decision, like I said at the beginning, you have 3 options. You can either accept the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law from as the hearing examiner in its entirety. You can deny that in its entirety and not revoke the license, or you have the option to modify this findings and fact and conclusions of law in any way that you decide as a board that you feel appropriate after your review of these matters.
Okay. So I guess this is a question for ANS. You know, one of the comments was that the inspector was not being fair, I guess was a short way of putting it. But when I read through this, it looks like there was 3 different inspectors involved in inspecting this facility at various times through the process. Is that a correct statement?
One of the inspectors was a trainee, is my understanding. There was a primary one, female, and then eventually the Eastern Area Supervisor came in when there was conflict with the new female assigned to this area.
Okay. So I guess I'm a kind of a solutions guy, and you know, I hate to drop the sledgehammer if there's any way to compromise. But you know, it's, in my view, it seemed like there's some serious issues here that maybe weren't attended to quite as promptly as they could have been. And so I'm just wondering what solutions you would propose to this department to assure us that if we would happen to either modify or deny this decision to revoke the license, what modifications can you assure this department that would be pertinent to this case so that we aren't talking about this in 2 or 3 months down the road?
It is my understanding, Katie accurately summarized the procedural posture of the case and the findings from the hearing examiner. The hearing examiner made findings of past conditions of the plant and not current. We have produced documentation time and time again to show it is currently compliant. We would just respectfully request a reinspection to allow them to demonstrate that, and then reconsider the revocation at that time.
So, Ms. Love, would you like to come up and maybe give us a little insight as to what your inspectors and then what you feel about a solution? I'd like to come up with a solution rather than, like I said, dropping the hammer. I would just like to see if there's some way we can come to a solution here to rectify this. But I don't want this to be just a temporary buy, and then here in 2 or 3 months we're back here because the next time if it comes back to this department, I for one won't be as sympathetic to a solution. So Ms. Love, maybe you could give us a little insight on what your inspectors found that you feel and what you feel would be a solution that would be workable.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Alicia Love. I'm the Meat, Milk, and Egg Inspection Bureau Chief. Ms. Simon and my inspectors have discussed and worked on this issue for a number of months now. I think one of the largest concerns that me and my staff have about trying to find a workable solution forward is that during our interactions with these business owners, we have asked the question point blank that the inspector that is assigned to this region will be given appropriate access to the facility and the records that we require to do our job. And we have previously been told that that inspector is not welcome back in this establishment. The owners of this business have been adamant about that. As a practice, I do not reassign work due to personal differences because it's not a good use of taxpayer money. And I don't want to get in the habit of people not liking a certain inspector because they uphold regulations more to my standard than what they're used to. And I don't want people to have the opportunity to shop around for their inspector. Additionally, I have substantial concerns about the safety of my staff because my area supervisor, when he attempted to discuss these concerns with the owner, he felt physically intimidated by this individual. And I don't say that lightly since that supervisor is a former sheriff. So I have concerns about the safety of my staff and the ability for them to do their job well. If there were assurances that my staff could enter the facility and do their jobs appropriately without being harassed or intimidated, then I would be open to a solution. But I take my staff safety very seriously, and I'm not willing to reassign staff because people don't like them.
So, what would be an appropriate time frame to assure you and your staff that this facility has taken the steps that you have identified as the steps that need to be taken in order to be a certified not inspected facility, but to meet your criteria? So, are we talking would a 2 month or a 4 month, or what time frame would be appropriate in your view? And then I'm going to ask the same question from the other party.
Given that the business's legal counsel has represented that all these issues have been corrected. I think a reinspection within 30 days by the assigned inspector without incident would be appropriate.
So I'm taking from that, and correct me if I'm wrong, that if we delay any action on this pending an inspection by our staff that meets the criteria that's required in a 30-day time frame. So if we basically postpone any action until next meeting, that would give you time enough to feel confident one way or the other. So, council, is that, would you be comfortable in understanding that we have to make sure that there's cooperation on your party with our inspectors totally, because any lack of cooperation, I believe, would be detrimental to any favorable solution.
Yes, sir. We have no objection to Ms. Love's proposed 30-day timetable.
So, Alan.
Mr. Chairman, I have some concerns with the basic verbal threats, unprofessional language by the party. And I mean, is that going to be correct, or is it just a bad day? Those kind of things, if you're saying that, some of those kind of things to the supervisor, that kind of bothers me. You know, I understand where everybody's coming from, trying to keep it open. I know that country. I lived up that way. But you're not the only business that has coolers. So, I mean, I throw that argument out because it's just part of doing business when you're in Eastern Montana. You know, it's got to come to Wilson. It's got to come to Billings. We understand that it takes time. So, you know, after a couple months, I'm sorry. I'm struggling with it because I really feel that maybe some of the inspectors years ago let a lot of stuff slide. And I saw that with other businesses around the state. And all of a sudden, when they have to follow the rules that we have to follow that are published from the feds, you know, we don't have any choices. And the safety of the people are very important. If that inspector feels unsafe, it's not like we have 30 inspectors in Eastern Montana. So if they feel unsafe, then your business is not going to get service, which means you're out of business. So I'm concerned. I can go along with it, but boy, I mean, if there's any little thing, it's over as far as I'm concerned.
Mr. Redfield, I would agree with that. I want to be in a place to compromise and understand the importance of these businesses, but I have worked to build a reputation as a manager that protects and defends my staff against unsafe situations, and this is probably the worst one I've seen.
So, Mr. Fettis, are you still on? Would you like to comment at all? I'm just going to call each of our board members so they have an opportunity.
Yeah, I would agree with what Alan said. You know, for the good of the industry, these facilities need to abide by the regulations that are put in place by USDA that our state inspection program has to follow. And record keeping is one of those. And I heard in one of the findings of facts that they were more worried about the cleanliness and the record keeping. And that also rubs me the wrong way, because the only way that we keep food supply chain safe is to follow the regulation and keep the records. And that involves removing spinal cords. There's not a plant in the state that only kills yearling animals. So that false statement right there tells me that, you know, they don't want to keep accurate records. They don't want to do what they're supposed to be doing. And that's a problem. I'm not opposed to a 30-day, you know, time frame to get this done, but the verbal threats also rub me the wrong way. You know, and the problem is when we see a recall, we see somebody get sick, we see somebody die from adulterated meat. It doesn't go back to that producer. It doesn't go back to that plant. People see it as beef as the problem. And that affects everybody in our industry, not one plant in eastern Montana, not one producer in eastern Montana. That affects everybody in the state of Montana that raises beef. And the fact that they're unwilling to keep those records or have been in the past and show those records and prove that they're doing what they have to be doing as far as our regulations are concerned, you know, really, really bothers me, because there's food that's going to people that could be adulterated and cause problems for everybody else in the state. So, you know, in my mind, if we want to give them a 30-day window to get re-inspected, that's fine. But I think we also have to have a probationary period beyond that 30 days, that if the records are wrong or there's any issues whatsoever, then the revocation just goes into effect and we don't need to meet again, or, you know, whatever. But I think we need to make sure the food supply chain is safe, and that's the biggest thing for me.
I guess that I agree, and thank you for that, because that was one of the conversations I had with Mike last night when we were talking about what was on the agenda today, and I of course asked, what are the repercussions to this department, both sides of this decision, and you know, legally, if someone would get sick or something from adulterated meat, it wouldn't, you know, potentially maybe not come back to this department as a bad decision, but morally, I think this board has a decision to make, and responsibility for everyone in the state of Montana. We have the Meat Inspection Bureau under us for a reason, and so that is a critical thing, because not only does it affect the meat inspection, other processing facilities, but it could potentially affect the producers of Montana if we have people that eat less meat because of an issue that they see in the meat business. So, Eric, are you out there? I'd like to comment.
Yeah, I'm amenable to the compromise that's being discussed, and I agree with everything Jake and Alan said. I think that makes a lot of sense. I will just
Get a little closer to your mic, Eric. I don't know, you're kind of fading in and out.
Is that any better?
That's better.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I just comment, being on the other side of this, and I'm not making any accusations because I wasn't there at the plant and I don't know, but I do know as a producer that hasn't run a meat plant but has had a CAFO, a confined animal feeding operation, that there have been regulatory agencies in the past that have a gotcha attitude. They're not there to help you succeed. They're not there to help you fill out the forms and send in the pink copy instead of the yellow copy. They are there to get you. They're there to wait for you to do it wrong and get you because they don't want you there. And I'm not, again, I will reiterate, can't reiterate strongly enough, I'm not making any accusations, but I hear everything that Jake and Alan said, and I agree with it 100%. A food safety issue tarnishes us all, not just the offender. But at the same time, I want to make sure that our regulatory agencies and our regulatory oversights are there to help people succeed and not to play gotcha. That's my.
All right. Greg, are you able to comment at this time?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Very clear. Thank you.
Yeah, you know, I agree with everything that's been said, and being in a service business here myself, there have been times where I've got sent truckers out of here without being unloaded because I didn't tolerate their attitudes and stuff. But that being said, every one of those, we sat down, we worked it out, and we understand what the rules are. And the rules in meat inspections are crystal clear. This is the way you have to do it. If you can't adhere to that, you don't get a license. That's my thought process here, and I agree. Give them 30 days. You need to sit down with that inspector, look each other in the eye, and bury the hatchet and move forward, because that's the inspector you're going to get, and if you can't deal with it, you don't get a license from the state of Montana. My comments.
Thank you, Greg. Lily?
Thank you. So, yes, I also agree with everything that's been said, but I feel, and I really appreciate Alicia's comments about not allowing people to cherry pick inspectors. Like, we already have enough time hiring, like, we're now gonna make them drive all over the state just to go to an inspector that they can get along with. I appreciate the probationary period and all that, but in this solution, I guess I don't feel like we've solved the safety of the inspector at all. So what is our solution to make this inspector feel safe in the meantime while they're doing that? Would be, I guess I would propose that to you guys. How are you going to ensure that this inspector feels welcome and safe while she's inspecting?
All right, William?
I couldn't agree more with what everyone has said, especially Jake. I mean, I'm a livestock producer myself, and we need a safe and secure food supply. That is our ultimate goal. But on the other side, if our inspector shows up or he or she is threatened, that's a big concern for me. That shouldn't have to be that way. It should be done. I mean, if an inspector shows up, we should be able to walk in without any fear, and do his job. And I agree with what Greg said. They need to sit down, look each other in the eye, and get a fresh start. And I also favor a 30-day period. I love commerce. I don't want to shut anyone down. But if after the 30-day period there's more infractions, I'd handle this a lot differently.
Okay, would you like to comment, ANS?
I guess we appreciate the board's comments this morning. My only statement, we wholly agree with food safety in the state of Montana. I'm born and raised from Westview, Montana. My dad is a producer. I wholeheartedly agree with you. There has never once been an issue with that in over 40 years of their production in this neck of the woods. So I would just like to emphasize that has never been an issue, and we very much appreciate food safety in the state of Montana.
Okay, so I guess I'm hearing and understanding that this board is willing to grant a 30-day deferment of this decision based on an inspection that meets all the criteria that is required.
Mr. Curry, members of the board, I apologize for interrupting. I really can't emphasize enough how much I agree with Lily's statement. I would like some plan proposed by the Sains on how my inspectors will do this reinspection safely and respectfully.
That was going to be the rest of my comments.
Okay, I apologize, Mr. Curry.
That's all right. But you have heard the concern, and it's a concern of this board and this department of any verbal threats, any feeling of intimidation will not be tolerated. And I'm pretty sure, that everyone understands that, but just be assured, I think you heard it pretty clearly, that if there is any issues like that, this board will not act favorably toward any continuation of the licensing of this business. So I would ask for your assurance that our department employees will feel welcome when they come there to make that inspection, because if it's just, as you stated, everything has been rectified, all the problems have been rectified, they should feel welcome. The people should welcome them because there's no issue there to worry about. So, you know, that, I guess we haven't made a decision yet. That's this board. I'm speaking as one person of the board, but I'm also speaking as the chairman of the board that we will not tolerate any intimidation of our employees. That is something that we just cannot have. And we've all had people that we didn't like doing business with. And sometimes you have to just swallow that and do business with them anyway, because that's part of the where we live today. So can you assure that and understand that we will not tolerate intimidation or any feeling of uneasiness in that inspection?
Yes, sir. We understand that the reinspection needs to be civil and respectful, and ABRS will accommodate that, sir.
Can I make a comment? On this inspection, it would be nice to have a time frame because we got 2-3 other businesses. And if we're not at the plant when the inspector comes, I guess it can't be taken care of. So we would just like a time frame if possible.
Ms. Love, would you like
I don't feel that we're asking too much.
Great. Ms. Love will address the board on that issue because we're not familiar with all of the criteria that she uses.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. We generally do not schedule inspections because having a scheduled inspection kind of tips the hat in the favor of the business.
Could we ask for a schedule from the business? Would that be appropriate to ask a schedule of when that business is going to be operating and in the next month? And then sometime in that time period, the inspector will show up using your schedule of the time you'll be there. Would that be appropriate?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Would you like me to provide that to Ms. Love, or who should we provide that to?
Ms. Love would be, yes.
Okay, we'll do.
And maybe copy it to Mr. Honeycutt so that, you know, we just have a chain. You don't need to copy to the board. We're going to let the department handle it for now. So, all right. So with that, yes.
So I feel like we got a little confused. The reinspection is happening within 30 days, correct? Is there a time limit we want to put on an actual probationary period, like 6 months to a year, where
yes, I think that's yeah. We need to talk about that. You know, I think we've got enough basis to now take some action, and part of that action, I believe, and it's open to discussion. There's no motion here yet, but I, in my vision, would be a motion to delay this process for 30 days or until our next board meeting, which may be a little longer than 30 days, but or we could, you know, if people want to use a 30-day schedule, we can just schedule a Zoom meeting like we did last time and just stick by the 30-day schedule. That's up to the board. And then I think it's appropriate, and I've heard everyone agree that a probationary period with basically no infractions for
6 months.
6 months. Okay, so
does that like 6 months seem reasonable for like the amount of inspections that you're gonna do, or I guess I don't know the time frame for custom exemptions.
So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm just going to provide information, and I'll let you form opinions around that. So, with custom exempt processing, we inspect them twice a year. Usually between January and June 30th, and then June 30th to the end of the year's general time frame. Given that this is a re-inspection, what I would envision is that we would inspect within the next 30 days, and then you would visit it again sometime in the fall. So the probationary period would essentially be 2 inspections. If that's a satisfactory time for probation to the board, then that's fine. If you want to discuss it another way with that information, I'm open to that as well.
So potentially if we said 12-month probation, that would cover 3 inspections, kind of, you would think?
3 or 4.
Okay.
You're right on the same track that I was, where it's not a monthly inspection. I don't think it's out of reasonable expectations to say 12 months. So, Eric or Greg or Jake, you have any comments, or would someone like to make a motion?
Well, I think you might want to go back to Ms. Verteber and see
all right, yes.
how what you're talking about fits in the context of
what?
the administrative process that has to be completed.
All right, yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, great.
couple more comments. Along with what Eric said, just because the citation can be written doesn't mean it has to be. We do have to work with people and they have to work with us, but safety, food safety is a paramount issue. So that being said, that's our ultimate goal, and we cannot look the other way on infractions.
Okay. So, yes, William.
Mr. Chair, I had a question. So, say we give them a probationary period, and in between somebody got sick for unsafe food or whatever, E. coli or whatever, who would be liable for that?
So, do we have our counsel?
Yeah, I don't know if Ms. Verteber could answer that question. We have historical context going back to the incident last summer with our inspected facilities, and you received answers from legal counsel at that time about what the department's liability is in those types of cases. And I think I would just say the same holds true without me dispensing legal advice. I'd go back to what Ms. Simon advised you last year in regards to what the department's legal liabilities are when there's a food safety incident that results in injury or death to individuals, because we have had that experience.
And we do not want to have that experience again. So is our counsel on?
Yes, Ms. Verteber is on. And I guess maybe I'll help you, Mr. Chair, and just ask her a question. I'm sure she's been listening to the conversation here. The concept of what is being proposed by the board or potentially proposed by the board, how does that fit into the administrative? Because there are rules of this MAPA-based process that have to be adhered to. She gave you your 3 decisions today. I think you guys need some counsel on what are your options of how you make this decision within the confines of the administrative process. So I don't know if Ms. Verteber has any comments on that or any guidance on that for you.
Yes, sir. So my recommendation, there's no concern with what the proposed action is in the probationary period. But what I would recommend to make this a little cleaner is do the 30-day reinspection. And whether it's going to be a special hearing or at the next board meeting, if the inspection goes well and there are no infractions, at that point, you would put forward a motion to then in place the probationary terms and conditions. And at that point, whatever the terms and agreement would be, I would then draft a modified FOF call order modifying the decision and order from the board. But I would wait to set those probationary periods and what those terms are going to be until we have the reinspection. So it would just be a temporary deferment at this point. And then if the inspection goes well, at that point, there would be a motion to pass and determine what those specific conditions would be to then direct me to draft an order to be put out, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. Yes. So that would be my responsibility to just say this is what we're gonna do. Make a ruling from the chair that we will defer this until our next board meeting, and there will be an inspection of the facility by then, and we will base our decision on the results of that inspection.
That is correct, sir.
Okay? With that, that's what we're gonna do. I thank you for attending and just wish you well and just welcome us into your facility, please.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Howard. Thank you, everybody.
All
Thank
right.
you.
So, you wanna go on with a couple more before you take it?
Yeah, we will. Yeah, I can be very quick on this executive officer update and get you to your recess. People probably need one. There's nothing really to report on Yellowstone National Park, bison, the interagency bison management plan. We're in the sort of slow season for that. Nothing's moving on our legal proceedings at the present time since the last hearings that took place in the spring. Unless Alan or Mr. Redfield or Miss Anderson, who are down there, tell me something different, there might be a buffalo or two milling about, but they're mostly in the park, and there's not anything that we're concerned about in that frame of reference. So that's what's going on there. I did leave the session planning and legislative update on. I did promise you last time that that would be the last board meeting. That would be a bullet, but there was one more thing still outstanding. Yes.
Bison 2 towards 0.
Oh, Bison 2 towards 0.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It is. That's the bad thing. That is the real bison issue of Yellowstone. It's the visitation time of the park season and people behaving badly around wildlife. And also behaving badly around thermal pools and everything else.
Oh yeah. That's what I was thinking. It's not just wildlife; it's just
everything.
Yeah.
But on the session and legislative update, the only thing that was left outstanding that I can now report is done is that finally the governor signed House Bill 2 here in the last week. So he did execute about $380 million worth of line item vetoes. The majority of those line item vetoes were in reference to cat and dog bills. Mr. Redfield and Mr. Moore understand what I'm saying there, but these are bills that have spending authority in them that were outside of the budgeting process. They were not in the governor's House Bill 2 budget, but they were bills that passed that had spending measures within them that then end up having to be put into the budget. But that's what most of the vetoes were those types of spending provisions. So, for example, Representative Gregg from the middle part of the state, central part of the state, had passed a veterinary loan reimbursement program. That was a bill he carried. And it had, I think, a $1.2 million appropriation in it to reimburse folks who come to and work as vets in rural Montana. And there were some other provisions of it. That's an example of one of the bills that got line item vetoed. That had not been in the governor's original budget, but that would have added $1.2 million of spending to the state budget. The governor put a line through it. But the good news is none of those line item vetoes affected any of our base budgeting that we were seeking. That as it came out of the legislature, as it came through our section and came through appropriations and financing claims and got to the governor's desk. So, as you heard today, we're already starting to execute on some of those things. The fund switch in milk has helped us move forward with getting some more help to the milk area and providing a little more stability there. We will begin moving forward with the 4 new positions in meat inspection, primarily focused on eastern Montana, because we do have 2 larger territories. As you know, one of those 4 positions would probably be another supervisor for the eastern area. We were talking just in this last conversation, Mr. Gooderjohn is the Eastern Area Supervisor now. He lives, in Fort Benton, between Fort Benton and Great Falls. That's not Eastern Montana. So we will be seeking probably to put a supervisor out in actual Eastern Montana to serve that Eastern Circuit, to provide those staff, both the staff and the processors out there, more resources. And so that'll probably be where the majority, I would imagine, of the inspection or the additional inspection needs to take place as well. So we'll be moving forward with those items we got through the budget here now that July 1 is upon us. And that is all I would have to say about legislature and budget at the present time. I'll take this moment to say, for board members, one of the reasons you have such a thin book today is no financial report. So our finance staff are extremely busy with two major things. Years after session are tough on our finance staff because we're at fiscal year end. So we're going through all the closeout procedures of fiscal year end, but we also have to do a process called turnaround, which is taking all of that budget stuff that came out of the legislature and now forming it into the new budget moving forward. And so they've been really busy with both of those tasks. So we typically do give them a month or so off to get those items cleared out and then come back with full finance reports. We won't really we really won't have a final report on fiscal year until August. I say that for the benefit of new board members that weren't around or haven't been around as a fiscal year turnover, because as you know, in your business, the fiscal year ends on June 30th, but that doesn't mean we're not going to still be receiving bills that are in that fiscal year. Will probably all the way through about the first 2 or 3 weeks of July. Invoices will be coming back in to have to go back on that previous fiscal year because that's when the service was rendered or that's when the purchase was made. So it'll take them until August to have a final fiscal year, final report for you. And then is just as a header, for the first couple of months, we usually don't have very detailed financial reports because it takes a while for things to get going. And it's not until usually around September before we even have enough data about the current fiscal year to start making any sort of analysis or projections. Because actually in July, most of the bills for July don't come in until August. So you understand how everything kind of works about a month behind, at least in our business, maybe not in your business, but that's how it works in our business. So those are some things I'll say on finance, but that's everything that I was going to update. I should say it's not on the agenda, but I talked to the board chair about it this morning. You would have seen in my weekly report that we did our annual plan review with State Fund this past week. It was not really a good plan review. We have been doing good for several years, but we had a few incidents this year that has sort of increased our experience and our risk profile. So we will be getting a 4.8% increase in our workers' comp premiums in the next year. Because of that, I will say, without going into detail, Mike and I have spent a lot of time talking about, so what do? We had done really good for a few years. COVID really helped when people weren't around in the building. But what do we need to be doing to help drive that back down? And surprisingly, even though we are a very dangerous state agency, we have law enforcement, we have a lot of people driving a lot of road miles. The lab, we have people working with chemicals and sharp objects. In the markets, we have people working around live animals. We have people that have to be on horseback from time to time. Meat inspection plants, they're in there where a lot of moving parts, a lot of things moving around. So inherently, we do have a lot of risk for worker injury in our space. But the thing we really need to work on is the majority of our claims end up being office-based claims. Slips and falls on the stairway, slips and falls on ice leaving the building, what we call cumulative trauma injuries, so carpal tunnel, things like that. People not having a very good ergonomic setup in their office space that lead to things that become medical issues down the road and equate to lost time or payout claims. So we're aware of that, and we're going to be working and putting a little bit of pressure back down in the organization on maybe not that we've not been committed to it, but a recommitment to safety, a recommitment to ergonomics and making sure people's workspaces are set up properly, a recommitment to when we do have incidents, fully investigating those incidents, getting to the root causes, and trying to figure out what preventative mitigation efforts we can put in place to make sure that type of incident doesn't happen again. So either administratively or engineering wise, whether we have to do some sort of administrative solution or we have to find some sort of engineering solution to stop that problem from happening. Those are the things we'll be focused on there, but just wanted to point that out that we had several very good years, but this past year our claims really spiked, and as a result our premiums are going to go up. But I'll say, I want to make sure I say what I said to our board chair this morning is, I'm not really concerned about the premium. The premium is the secondary concern. The real thing is making sure that our employees go home in the same condition they came to work, or we're not allowing for conditions that allow for these sort of cumulative traumas that when our employees leave us or when they retire, they're not able to fully enjoy themselves because of the injuries, cumulative injuries they have experienced over time that downgrade quality of life. So that's the highest order concern, that employees are safe, they go home, same condition they arrived in every day, and that we're not putting them into situations that create long-term effects on their enjoyment, quality of life. If we do that, all the other metrics will take care of themselves, but we just have to put a focus on that. And with that, Mr. Chair, that's everything I have to report, unless folks have questions.
Any questions or anything? I just have a comment that I don't know how sometimes you just can't fix clumsiness.
Every accident, I worked in the corporate world with a company that was very, very focused on safety. And I can tell you that you would be told that every accident has a cause and every accident is preventable. So you have to work through it from that standpoint and that attitude.
Yes,
our teacher always told us accidents aren't cause. Accidents don't have to be a cause. That was her motive.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And age can be a contributing factor.
Just can't quite do it. Not quite as nimble as you used to be, are you?
No. Unfortunately. Yeah. All right. If there's nothing else, I think we'll just go ahead and take our break now, and we're running ahead of schedule, so we'll take a half hour. I don't want to get too long a break, but I'm not saying something I don't want to get too far ahead of schedule because we have a few people that we're going to have on. So with that, 10:30, we will reconvene.
We're off mute and your video is back up.
Okay, I'm going to call this meeting back to order, and the next order of business is Brands, and Mr. Bodner is here. You want to introduce yourself for the record, please, and we'll get you going.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Jay Bodner, Brands Division Administrator. Just have a few things for the board today to take action on, and then just a little bit of updates for you, and we have some more handouts to provide those as I get to those. First, I'd like to address the draft arm rule for allowing electronic signatures on a bill of sale. That is provided in the book. It's tab 2. This we did bring this to the board in April and got your sign off to allow it, and then we were going to come back with some draft rules. I initially, after that initial authorization to allow these bills of sale, I did go back into the administrative rules to kind of see what other agencies are doing. I looked through a variety of ones. Basically, I kind of focused in on what the Secretary of State initially drafted for their administrative rules, so it was fairly in depth, and there was quite a bit with authorization, verification, and that was my initial draft that I was going to provide to the board. When I provided that to Lindsay, Ms. Simon, got her kind of legal take on it. I also went to our CIO and got his take on it. We kind of came to the conclusion that it was relatively difficult with what those previous administrative rules are that Secretary of State had. Like, how would you actually verify it? You can go through IP addresses and go through that system. It's fairly difficult and somewhat costly to do that. And unless they were signing with a DocuSign or those kind of similar type of verification documents, it's pretty difficult. And we came to the conclusion if we don't go down that route of that verification, that authorization, we really shouldn't even put it in the rule. So I brought forth a rule for the board to consider that is relatively straightforward, very simply stated that yes, we do accept electronic bills of sale, and reference a statute in there. The statute basically is in the definition, so I would just provide that to you. That is in 3018-102. Electronic signature means an electronic sound, symbol, or process attached to or logically associated with a record and executed or adopted by a person with the intent to sign the record. So it just refers back to that definition. So that's kind of what we did with that administrative rule. Once again, very simple. Our thought is that this would be a good place to start if we find that there are additional rules that need to be put in place after we do this. I mean, we certainly could add to it, but we thought this was a good place to start. So I open that up to any kind of discussion for the board and get your thoughts on kind of the direction we were taking.
I guess my thought is, I think that's the world we live in today, to start with, because I just think I had a feedlot operator approach me on Billings last fall, and he's got cattle from all over. And sometimes, when it's time to ship a load of steers and he doesn't have the bill of sale there with that brand for the custom feeds, he has to get the bill of sale, and most of the time the stock inspectors will work with him, they'll inspect them and the bill of sale, get the bill of sale, whatever. But the only question like that, say an Easter Day situation, and electronic bill of sales, I don't know whether they were any part of that fraud, and would that be an invitation for someone to commit a fraudulent bill of sale more apt to than say just a forgery or something like that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think the possibility of fraud is always going to be there. We do, one of the things with a wet signature is, if we do an investigation with our livestock investigators, and we have to do an investigation, sometimes with a wet signature, you can compare if you have samples of previous bills of sales or inspections, you can look at that, you can verify that. So that is one of the advantages of a wet signature versus electronic signature. With electronic signature, we can always still do an investigation. We would go back to that individual and say, did you actually sign this or not? We can still do that investigation. But
if they said they didn't, then where would we be?
Well, Mr. Chairman, then the investigation would proceed with more investigation. So I think if, that's where we would start. Did you sign this or not? If not, then we're going to try to, fully investigate it to find out who did it, who committed the fraud. Once again, I don't know that we could verify it through, this signature or this system, but I think our investigative tools we would probably coordinate with, sheriffs and whoever maybe to assist in those kind of investigations. So we would still conduct an investigation regardless if we thought fraud was involved.
I just always think locks keep honest people honest, but a thief is going to find a way. So I guess I don't need to dominate this. I think that's that's the future of the world we live in today, is electronic signatures.
And Mr. Chair, I don't know, I do see Rick Quarter is out there. I don't know if he's listening to us, but, and maybe this is an assumption I shouldn't make, but so if you had a dispute, for example, in the scenario you brought forward where an electronic signature is affixed, the person says they did not do it, I would imagine within that document, there's probably some breadcrumbs or whatever to follow to see, maybe even get back to what IP address registered that electronic signature and match that up, whether it matches up to an IP address that's tied to the person who supposedly signed it or not. I mean, I would imagine from a technology standpoint, there is other things that could be done in an investigation within the document itself, to do that, to see how it was done. But it may be that through Adobe and all that, how people typically do that, that there's not those tools. I don't know.
Well,
I know
there's always ways. There are
it.
always ways to do it, Mike. Kind of one of my arguments here, however, is, somebody signs a document, a wet signature, and sends it to the Department of Livestock. How do you know who signed that? It's similar to that in my opinion. There are some electronic ways you can search for this type of stuff, but electronic is the future. And I mean, I shouldn't say it's the future. It is now. You could go to a DocuSign or an Adobe Sign type method of doing it, but then that requires, your seller and your buyer to both have Adobe or DocuSign accounts and things like that. But even a wet signature can be disputed.
But I think the main thing is that you're trying to ease commerce a little bit, and I think where this has come up is in situations where, more so where I think it's come up in my time at department and conversations with Jay, has been situations where someone is getting ready to resell animals. They've lost the original bill of sale, so they're having to sort of go backwards and get that verification from the person whose brand is on the animal that yes, they did buy those animals from those people. And in some cases, and I'm sure Mr. Moore, I think, talked about this in our last meeting, that he finds himself in that situation where that person you're trying to get that documentation from is in South Dakota, but you're trying to get it done so you can get your check released so you can get paid, like in our market situations. And I think it's come up to like, there's got to be an easier way than me going back and tracking this person down, sending them a paper, having them sign it, having them mail it back to me. Like, is there a way to do that in the world of technology we have where that can happen in a much shorter time frame and get those funds released to the person who's consigning or selling those animals, reselling those animals? And that's the spirit of which we've approached it of, well, okay, yeah, and I think we can manage. I guess what I'd say is that the problems we might have would be the exceptions to the rule, not the rule, and we can manage those exceptions. I think we have enough evidence to believe that the vast majority of our people are being honest with us and being transparent. The few who decide not to be, we can deal with them if those situations come up.
Electronic signature isn't going to be this issue. So if we accept this draft or modify the draft, then it has to go out to public comment period, and then it will come back for final. Okay. So Alan, you had a question on that.
Motion to adopt the draft rule for electronic signatures.
Very good. Do we have a second? All right, I have a second by William. Any more discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I would just add, I did try to contact the Secretary of State's office just to ask specifically, you have a rule on the books, how do you verify these things? And I didn't get a response yet, so it's been out there a while, and that's been on the books for quite a few years, it looks like. So I don't know where things are at really there. So there may be some people on vacation. So I just really hadn't had a chance to get that.
I think the comment that Rick Carter made about verifying, I mean, it might be easier to verify an electronic signature through electronic processes than getting a handwriting expert to come in and look at two wet signatures and say, yes, the same person. Because if he's out and it's cold, I mean, there's some cold days that a guy's signed some bill of sales and they didn't look like they did the day it was nice and he's sitting in his office.
Get old and your hands get stiff, it don't work.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, all right, we have a motion on the floor. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion to put the draft out for public comment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All same sign.
You always have to wait for the Miles City delay.
Last time
Yeah.
I waited and then he didn't vote. So,
There's a delay.
There is a delay,
Yeah.
so we have to wait a little bit. Wait a beat.
I waited and that was when he missed. All right. Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, just, I thought these, the next rule, the next two rules actually is for repeal. Did make the book, or were meant to make the book, so I'll just provide these as a handout. I got two handouts here, so just to refresh your memory, what this is.
You need that?
Just keep any copies stuff there. Donna might want them, so just put in the extras.
Yeah, we got lots of copies.
Yeah.
All right. So is this the same scenario? Then it'll have to go out to public comment, or is this a final action right here?
So, Mr. Chairman, so with all administrative rules, they would have to go out for public comment. And then after the public comment, if there's no substantive rules, we can adopt the rule. So it's with both of these. This one's quite a bit more simple. These are just repealing two rules. So these are rules that were identified in our original red tape. This was the quarter, stamping the carcasses and the quarters. Then we realized it was attached to the statute, so we had to go and enact Senate Bill 78, which repeals some of the language in Senate Bill requiring this. And now we can bring back this rule that simply repeals both of these rules. So that is 3218-401 and 3218-403, and that was simply just the requirement to stamp those quarters. So we repeal both of those rules.
Numbers must be somewhere else.
So those are at the very top in the title.
Yeah,
Mr.
with the
Chairman.
red cross through it.
Apologize, yeah, I did cross through all of that. I should have left the number on there so it's easier to read, but.
So, okay, I just got one. I must have one.
Do you need it? Which one do you have?
The brand inspection stamp one.
He needs 403 quarters to be stamped.
Quarter
Which is the
stamp.
one I'm sharing up on the
So I
screen.
have that one.
I have several 401 here, but.
There's a stamp one. Which one more I have? But
There's a quarters to be stamped and,
Yeah, 403 and 401.
and a brand inspection
oh, the
stamp.
slaughterhouse. Yeah. So I just was okay. So I have a motion to accept the request to put this out for public comment. All right. We have a second. I have a motion by Lily, a second by Alan. Discussion. So Eric, were you able to, do you know for sure what you're voting on?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So hearing no discussion, all in favor of putting these rules out for public comment, signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carried. All right.
So there you go, Mr. Chair. You're already enacting legislation from the previous session, so we're getting it done.
Doesn't take us long.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I do have another handout for you. And I did provide this electronically to the board members that aren't available to be here in person too, so.
And I'll share it as well on the screen.
So just as a reminder, this request came in at the last board meeting in May to see what out-of-state cattle that actually are sold through the livestock markets in the state. During that meeting, I did try to get that information quickly, but we weren't necessarily successful in getting that. The way all the information is in service now, but there are levels of service now and permissions of service now that our brand staff actually didn't have permissions to get into as deep as we needed to. So we had to call in Tom with IT, and he was the one that was able to actually run the report for us. So appreciate his help. He got the raw data out, and then Kim Dallas from our brand staff is the one that dressed it up and made it a nice report for you. So once again, it is, we tried to run on a fiscal year. So we started in July 1 of 24 and ran it through when this was printed June 17. So it's pretty close to a fiscal year. And I don't think that it would actually change much because during the summer months, things are pretty slow when it comes to the market. So we did it on the graph side. It is per market and per cattle that come in from out of state. There are some odds and ends on, if you look on the other side, there are small numbers that we did not graph because they were so small.
Oh, yeah.
That it really didn't show up on a graph very well. So if there's 9 head or 4 head or 1 head, we did not graph those, but we did include those on the side. So for BLS and Dillon and on down the market. So ultimately, 57,000 head of out-of-state cattle made it through our markets last year. And you can kind of see the breakdown of which you would kind of expect the states that actually go to those different markets.
Headwaters didn't have any out-of-state cattle?
Which one do you have?
Headwaters.
No.
There's nothing.
No, I don't have any from there.
Weird.
The further in you get,
I know.
Yeah. Yeah, Western doesn't show any either.
No.
Yeah.
Or Lewistown.
Western had one from Texas.
I just looked it up. One for Texas.
They had one.
Yeah. So it was initially I was going to verify some of this data with animal health and imports, but that's just importing into the state. That's not importing. Right. That's not going through the market. So those numbers are 2 different data sets, and so we couldn't actually. It's nice to just fact check things, but I'm confident in the numbers that we pulled out of this information, and we certainly could do this, every year if you wanted more often. We could. Once again, this is just cattle. I did look at the horse. There is a horse one too, but as you would expect, all of those, which I think it was about 5,000, all are at milling price for the sales.
just yeah.
We can make our own.
It's interesting to me that almost 50%, I mean, like, must be about 46-7% of the out-of-state cattle are North Dakota cattle going through Sydney.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's a big number.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is not surprising to me.
But no,
with
because
the closure of some markets out there.
Does Dickinson still have a sale?
Yeah.
I was like, I bet Eric knows.
They closed. They closed Sitting Bull. Wilson.
You're not close enough to your mic, Eric.
They closed Sitting Bull in Williston. That's why Sydney's so big.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
The one thing I'd say, Mr. Chair, relevance to these numbers, I know we started talking about this in context of the market days decision that you guys needed to make last month. But it also, I think, dovetails into, 57,000 may not be a significant number, and I don't know what portion of those are coming into the state without official ID. But these markets are official tagging sites, which means they can apply official ID upon arrival. So the thing that's sort of tells me, again, going back to that, the nuance of how tags get allocated to states and how you figure out, what needs official ID. Let's say if every one of those was that way, that would be 57,000 tags in Montana that are getting applied to out-of-state cattle, which that becomes significant in terms of tag allocation. So, that's one of the reasons why I find the numbers interesting. It may not be, it's probably less than, and Tawny's walking down the hall probably to dispute me, but it's less than 10% of the total cattle going through the markets. But if you are an official tag site and you're applying tags on arrival to those, then those markets are using a lot of their tag supply, tagging cattle that aren't Montana cattle. They're coming from Wyoming or North Dakota or somewhere else. So I don't know. Am I in the ballpark there, Dr. Szymanski? I saw you.
You said the less than 10%. Is that?
It's less than 10% of the all total cattle going through the markets. But as far as the fact that if markets, let's say every one of them arrived to be tagged on arrival because of their being an official tag site, they'd be like in Sydney. The market would be using a significant amount of tags on cattle that originate out of state, not Montana cattle. And that's the nuance of how tag usage can be a little bit misleading sometimes. When you go, well, why would they use so many tags? Well, one, if they're doing the tagging of all those cattle that are arriving, that would be a significant amount of tags that they're using out of their supply that might be getting put on animals that originated from another state. Because they didn't get tagged before they left and crossed the state line. They got tagged when they arrived across the state line.
Let's leave the tagging until it's part of.
No, but I was just saying that's the significance of the numbers.
Exactly, yeah. But I think there's some more discussion I'd like to delve into on allocation and how it's. So that is going to be a discussion, and it's probably more discussion than we want to have at this part of it. So. Yeah. Just for, you say this is 10% to 57. So what is the number? Cattle that go through Montana markets in here.
So, Mr. Chairman, typically it ranges anywhere from about 650,000 to 850,000, like in 21 when we had the big drought and a significant sell-off of cattle. That was a very high number. It averages probably right around that 700,000 animals that go through the market in here. And I actually do have a pretty good graph of that I could provide too. So
that's unless somebody else wants it, that was just.
I feel like we kind of saw that in all of our head counts with the markets from last report.
This is just a little dressed up version of that. So I'll include that in just maybe one of the weekly updates, so you can see that and have that for your own historical kind of documentation. So, yeah, just a couple other things I wanted to provide. Mr. Spatz did provide a good staffing update. Just a little bit additional on that. So Mr. Seward is our central area supervisor. So he will actually be relocating. So he's moving into the district and the new area. He has transitioned to a new phone number. We've updated that. On the web. So he's kind of pulling double duty as he kind of transitions out of his district job into the area supervisor position. So there'll be a little bit of transition time that takes to kind of get reacquainted and resituated, but we're already starting to move that direction. So he's informed his local inspectors that he'll be moving out, so that they may be doing some additional work on that end, and then also we'll have our district investigator that's close to that area maybe have to move up and do some of the work that we have that vacant position. So we're situated. We're comfortable with how that transition is going to occur, and over the next couple of months we'll make that transition. And
so what will be his district then?
So I provided that map. I can provide you with another map. So that is kind of along the high line, and then it dips down into kind of Great Falls. So it's kind of a triangle, upside down triangle, basically, that covers some of the high lines. So we
Central
included-
Montana, so the west, his old district, he won't even be involved in it all.
Correct, Mr. Chairman. Yep. That will be our western area supervisor kind of runs the whole length of that western edge. So, and we looked at kind of topography when we were drawing those maps, and it's not that easy to get over the hill there in your country. And so we decided it was just easier to make that one swipe up and down the western edge. So.
And also, since with the new structure, those area supervisors are also taking responsibility for the markets in their area. We needed to make sure we had balance there. So you wouldn't want to have, of our 12 commission companies, you wouldn't want to have one of those that have 8 of the markets and the other 2 have 2 apiece. So West will be Great Falls, Chinook, Lewistown, and Glasgow will be the 4 that he's responsible for. And now you've got it divided up where each of those have 4 markets in their territory. So for Dan Buney, that's Dillon, Ramsey, Headwaters, and
he just has 3.
He just has 3. Sean, but Billings we kind of treat as one. It's BLS and Pays, but from a staffing standpoint, we treat as one. So Sean does have 5, but that means, he also has BLS and Pays, so he has 4 cities, 4 locations. So he'll have Miles City, Glendive, and Sydney as part of his district, and then sort of the investigators associated with that. So that's how the geography kind of has to work to make sure the workload and the travel is balanced and reasonable.
And even with 3 area supervisors, we have a big state, as we all know. So we got a lot of ground to cover. And so there was some manipulation with the district investigator, districts, and then also markets. So I think we came up with a pretty good solution in dividing the state up and accordingly. So just the other thing I wanted to mention, so we do have a long-term employee that is going to be fully retiring. He worked as a market inspector, then came back as a short-term worker. So Gary Anderson in Miles City is going to be retiring at the end of the month, and that is 57 years. So that is quite impressive, and certainly appreciate all his effort and time with the department. And when you put in 57 years, I think that's pretty impressive track record. So I'd like to thank him publicly for all his time and effort, brand inspecting and doing the work for the department. So.
I know exactly when he started, and my wonderful bride and I celebrated 57 on Sunday.
So, congratulations.
That's a long time.
A lot longer than I've been alive.
Yeah, Jake too.
He'll come up in 48, so longer you been alive.
So that means you're getting over.
You think?
Just a little. Age is a state of mind, buddy.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. So just a couple other updates. I wanted to give you a quick update on enforcement compliance truck stop. So we just did wrap up on the Blackfeet, the annual Blackfeet checkpoint. So that was established. We started on May 28th, ran consistently through June 8th. So that included weekends, and it was every day. The tribal council had put down some quite a bit more restrictions on. They wanted to know exactly where folks were going. They didn't want anything between 8 and 8 as when the designated times were. All in all, I think what we saw was, because a lot of local inspectors are writing those inspections, it didn't quite get filtered down that instead of just Glacier County, it's going to this operation or this location. Our inspector that was there actually did take, he did verify where exactly they were going. So in his documentation. So there is another layer of documentation that will help as those animals then are sent back home after the summer. So
along that line, the tribe wanted, they were going to restrict it a lot more and require more documentation. And of course, they have one truck stop, and there's half a dozen entrances to the reservation that people can use. And so one of the brand inspectors up there mentioned to me that it would be, he said he told the tribe that would be very simple to verify. Is just to ask the department for inspections that left any county that went to Glacier County. And so, and is that public record? Is that so that's what I thought. And just so we're everybody's on the same page, you know, to him, that was an easy solution. And the tribe was not, that was a little past where, because right now, I don't know that there's a rancher on the tribal council in Browning, you know, it's just, but they had some meetings ahead of time and they were going to be really restrictive. And thank goodness they backed off a little bit. But I talked to Jeff. I saw him every day he was there. And the fact is, I questioned him. I said, "Are we paying you overtime today because I was there on a Sunday?" "No, I took a day off." And he had his work cut out because every day he had a different person there for the tribal side. And they had somebody else looking over their shoulder trying to help them fill out their part of the paperwork. And you know, and then he's garnering that information from that conversation. But it went well. I mean, I think, and I asked him, and the other thing that, and you, maybe we're going to share that the state high school rodeo was in Kalispell. So maybe I don't want to steal your thunder. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. So a couple of things.
Do you want to figure out where we want to eat?
Yeah, I'd like to figure out where we're going to eat.
Yeah,
Oh,
Jake,
sorry,
where-
guys. Why am I not on?
Sorry. Go ahead, Jay.
So we were working in coordination with the tribal enforcement, and so there were times when they identified what they identified as tribal members pulling trailers. We did not, that bypassed it. We did not stop those. We would the Blackfeet would take action on those. So we'd either radio ahead or whatever, but Jeff personally did not do that anymore, just because we're kind of undermanned. We don't have any authority on those kind of situations. So we handed that off, but in coordination with the Black.
Yeah, because last year he had help quite a few of the days up there.
Yeah.
And this year he was by himself.
Yeah, in many cases, yes. Yeah. And we had one resignation, so we were short a little bit, and it's once again, it's tough to get everybody up there for that to assist. But I think all in all, when I talked to Jeff, pretty confident that things went pretty smoothly. Ultimately, it was about, I did have some stats on just numbers. Cows, 755, pairs, 7,400, bulls, 133, and 137 horses. So total 8,461 for total cows and horses. And then there was 24 goats, 18 lambs, and 12 pigs. So in addition to that. And as Mr. Chairman, as you mentioned, so the first week of that was coincide with the Montana High School Rodeo in Kalispell. And 45 horses were checked. We did not have, last year we did have quite a few of those that did bypass the check station. And we saw very few of that. I think only a couple that bypassed it this year. And so there was quite a bit of word of mouth that check station would be there and up and running. And if you're hauling horses, that's livestock and you need to stop. And people were really good about that. And I think only 2 were non-compliant. So we had really good numbers there. One of the things that was pretty interesting talking with our investigator there was that a lot of people are utilizing our electronic copies of inspections. So they had all their lifetimes on their phone. So everybody really appreciated that, and it was in full use. And so I think that was a good move on our department. We have making things easier for constituents, and we can still verify that. So yeah, I think that worked really well. We did also have stopped a couple of rodeo stock contractors, and they had all their paperwork correct. So all in all, it was really pretty successful, and things were, you know, paperwork was in line, and very few infractions.
So in numbers wise, I said to Mike, I'll bet that Jeff looked in at the paperwork for more trucks than if you combined all the truck stops around the state in a year.
Most likely, yes. I mean, there's a lot of cattle that move in that area, and we, you know, the position that we have that truck stop, we capture many. We don't capture all, but it does show that the volume of cattle that go up there for summer grazing. So yeah, typically we're not seeing that high in numbers by any means. So yeah, we do have some other enforcement stops kind of scheduled, and as we get those completed, I'll bring back some more stats for you to the board and provide some updates there. Lastly, I just wanted to give you kind of a forecast of our next projects with ServiceNow. So we completed our brand search that we have up and running, and so our next venture with ServiceNow and updates is our audit book inspection assignment. So we are currently providing those audits through our port suppliers. So our old system, we are trying to integrate a bit of that in ServiceNow, but this would be a fully audit system built into ServiceNow. So as we provide those books, those inspection books out to either our district investigators or locals, that all those numbers then would be plugged into, when we get the system built, plugged into ServiceNow. It'll automatically assign that. We plug in that number, automatically assigns 50 inspections. As those inspections then come back in, they get fed through Google and put back into ServiceNow, then this system will be able to verify is that inspection open, closed, voided. So it'll automatically audit all of those inspections. So we're trying to build it somewhat foolproof, but we did say, you know, occasionally we do make mistakes plugging numbers in. So how do we fix that? So we've also have that on their kind of radar and to adopt, you know, if we do make a mistake, how do we fix it? How do we plug in the right number and make sure all that corrects? So
when you're saying number, that's the number that's on the top of the inspection, each individual inspection, so you can track if some inspector has a book that goes from 1 to 50, you can, in these books empty, there should be 50 inspections that came back.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so that inspection number is on the top of that inspection, and that is one of the fields that Google picks up and dumps into ServiceNow. And so it's relatively, picks that number up relatively pretty consistently. So we don't see too many, because it's a printed number, you know, so it doesn't make too many mistakes on that. So when we do audits, like anytime that there is, we do audits once a year. So we're auditing our local inspectors, we're auditing our district investigators once a year. If anybody does resign, we automatically audit those books. So in Mr. Seward's case, you know, he's leaving District 15. He's going to be a central area supervisor. We've already audited his books too for that district. So anytime if a local inspector were to resign and we take those books, we audit all of those too. And so we're trying to be fairly diligent in making sure that those audits are conducted each year. And as we build this system, I think it'll make it much more automated, much more easier for our compliance staff to finish these audits. So we've had 2 meetings, one short demo on what they've already initially built for us. So we kind of liked what we've seen. We did respond back with a few more requirements of our expectations of this system. We're going to hold weekly meetings similar to what we did in the brand system as the brand search, so that we can kind of track progress, and then if there's any corrections that need to be made, we can do that, you know, in a more timely manner, so that we can get the system that we expect and that's usable for us. So we'll take next week off, no meetings scheduled for that, but then following week we have meetings scheduled. So that's kind of our plan. Initially, it was a 40-hour of programming that would be required to do this. 40 hours over probably many weeks, maybe a month or two. So that's kind of our expectations with this. So we're pretty excited about it. It'll be nice to have the system built right into service now. So I think once again, it's all integrated. And so our hope is that it'll be a pretty nice system that saves some staff time and is more accurate. So just wanted to give you a heads up, but that's kind of what we're planning. So I didn't have anything else, Mr. Chairman and board. If there's any other questions that you had for me, certainly would answer those, but get you on track.
Eric, do you have any questions for Jay? Do we have, Greg is still
He's out there listening, so
he hasn't said anything, and Jake
Jake's off right now.
He's having lunch, maybe. All right.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you.
Thank you, board.
All right. So,
Okay,
Mr. Tidwell.
I have not heard from him that he's not going to be here. I don't see him on Zoom. I don't see him in the room, but we're a little early, but I can go into
Let's do the
Livestock Loss Board on behalf of Brian Simonson, who is, oh no, he might be landed in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina by now. He was leaving out this morning for family vacation. Well, yeah, it's going to be pretty hot. So Brian is off on left on vacation early this morning. You can see in his report that he's provided since the last time we met in May, the Livestock Loss Board received 18 individual claims representing 32 animals that have been lost to predators. They're all have happened. All the claims were all for depredations that had occurred since January. So within this calendar year, the Livestock Loss Board will be meeting on July 28th here at the end of the month. The big thing on their list for their meeting is they have their prevention grant applications. They did receive 13 of those. Brian and I committed to do a screening of those on their behalf to help them get through that more diligently. So Brian and I have to find time to do that between now and the 28th of July to go through there and make sure they all have all the information that they're supposed to have and are actually in line with what the grants can be dispersed for. So they'll be making decisions on that at their July 28th meeting. The other thing we have that's not in his written report that is on our list is that we will be presenting to them some options around staffing the work that needs to be done for the Livestock Loss Board. I think we all know we've talked about that we didn't really maybe see the need for utilizing a full-time equivalent employee to just do that work. And so we'll be presenting to them options of how we can get that work done differently. And we're very flexible on it. It may mean that we do hire someone, but if we do, maybe only a portion of their work will be Livestock Loss Board, and we would assign them other duties, other departmental duties to carry out. Or we may be advertising to hire a half-time person. I mean, we'll see. We'll talk that through with them. We certainly have our preferences of how we'd like to see that staffed, but that'll be another thing to be on their agenda for the 28th of July. The two new pieces of legislation that passed become effective on July 1st. So here next week, black bear, any black bear depredations that occur are eligible for loss claims.
And those claims will have to, is that the start date for that?
Yes.
I mean, if it was killed on
June 30th, it'll be before the law was in effect. So the law becomes effective on July 1st. July 1st, that becomes effective, as well as the ability, if someone loses bison to black bears, grizzly bears, mountain lions, or wolves, that they would be eligible to make a livestock claim for that loss of bison. They've been added to the species of prey that are covered by the program. So we do. Brian, before he left, did give me draft press release that I'll be working on and pushing out next week to alert people to that to that change in the law and that new ability. Dalen has, and I see Dalen's out there now, so I can maybe speak for him. They updated their paperwork, so they're also being very helpful to us in making sure that if they go out and investigate a black bear claim, that those people know that they can, if they get a confirmed or probable kill, that they can use that paperwork to make a claim to the Livestock Loss Board. So I know USDA Wildlife Services is being helpful on that front as well. And then you see that Brian has sort of made a decision to have a more generic email for people to report or to communicate with the Livestock Loss Board. That way you'll have an email that, that is being monitored. And if, like in this case, where when we did have a retirement, that, that communication is not going to a specific email that may be turned off at this point in time because that person's no longer employed. This will be an email that'll last even when there is turnover. So he's got that done as well. Just you see, provided a report on the 2025 Livestock Loss Board claims, and you can see what counties, what species, and then down below you can see what predators it is that are doing the damage and the amounts that are being paid out for that. So I won't really go into that in any detail unless if someone has questions on that document. I'll try my best to answer them, but that would be Mr. Simonson's report on behalf of Livestock Loss Board activities for this meeting.
So any questions or comments? I guess not. So Mr. Tidwell.
And Dalen is out there.
You wanna
see him.
Give us your report. Introduce yourself, please.
Okay, great. Yeah, Dalen Tidwell, State Director for USDA Wildlife Services here in the state of Montana. And good to be with you again. I appreciate the opportunity for just a quick, I guess, really just a quick positive update for you all. We were, and I might have mentioned this before, we were kind of up against a potential stand down for our aerial program. And as you know, as you are all kind of tracking with the hiring freeze and the government restructuring and that, all the components that are, currently, trying to push a chain around here to try to get everything taken care of. We were at the mercy of the hiring freeze for our National Aviation Coordinator, which is part of our ATOC, setting the standard on our national aviation program. That position at the time had not been deemed mission critical. So it was not being filled, and it took some time to kind of get the attention of those that have the ability to make those exemptions. Well, anyway, until then, they were standing down all our aerial operations in abundance of caution, abundance of safety, not having those coordinating positions to work with NTSB or FAA for any investigations or any, be any accidents or anything happen. And so there was kind of a void there they were worried about. We started the end of May. They were going to, then they made the exemption for predators. So we were able to keep going while the rest of the nation was stood down. And then up against the wall I'm getting to my point, but up to July 1st was the final say. And then as of this morning, with lots of extra effort and essay writing and explaining and getting to the point of what the type of work we do, we were given the official to proceed accordingly, that we will not be standing down our aerial work. They were able to get the exemption necessary to list the position that needs to be hired, and we have acting individuals in the meantime to take care of that. So Anyway, I wanted to give you some of the complicated background to realize that it doesn't just happen. There's a lot of moving parts, but we were able to save our aerial safety stand down problem that was ahead of us, that I might have mentioned before that we were up against, but we are to proceed as normal. So that's a huge thing. We do have our blades en route, I believe, within a week to finish that subject on 9.5 Tango. We are pushing hard to replace our vacant mission critical positions that we lost. Systematically prioritizing more essay writing to be able to get these positions justified, to be able to replace some of these vacancies. We just did the interview and hiring for Garfield County. We've got a young guy out of well, he's from near Glasgow, but he's been working in New Mexico for Wildlife Services, and he's agreed to move to Garfield County to pick up the work there as our full-time trapper specialist out of Garfield County. So that position should start the middle of September is our goal, is to get him on the ground. And then we're on the next priority list, the airport position out of Great Falls. And then the next one on the list is out of Glendive. We'll replace the specialist out in Glendive, which would be Prairie, Webo, and Fallon County. So we're making huge progress. It's frankly, given the status of other agencies, I think we're in a really good spot to even have these options. So we're trying to put the pieces back together and carry on. This should make us whole here pretty soon. We've got one more wildlife disease biologist position that we're going to try to work, get that filled here soon as well. So that's the positive reporting. Right now, I'll pause for just a brief moment if there's any questions.
Well, I have a question. I might as well ask it now. I had a producer that I believe they're in, let's see, Fergus, Golden Valley. They're right there on the Fergus Golden Valley. What would be the next county east?
Wheatland.
Huh?
Wheatland.
Cleveland v. Harlow area.
No,
Yeah.
no, we didn't.
Mussel shell.
Mussel shell, yeah, mussel shell would be the next. And someone had requested some assistance with coyotes and didn't feel that they got the response that they were hoping. And so I said, so do you have, what county has livestock petitions? Because that definitely affects your ability to, and the money you have to fly. So, and I think he said that Mussel Shell and Fergus have cattle petitions, but Golden Valley does not. Is that, or maybe just let me know. I just said I'll ask because most of the time, the experience I've had, has been very good. So.
Sure. It is, Mr. Chairman, it is Mussel Shell County that does not have a cattle petition. We do have actually, this district supervisor covers it on the ground at opportunistically or when the time allows, but we do not have a funding source there. Fergus County is pretty healthy in their stock grower funded petition. And then Golden Valley, just based on numbers, there's some flying money there, but it doesn't go far. It's just simply the per head and how many cattle are in that county. So, but yeah, specifically it's Mussel Shell that does not have that. And I mean, I hate to say how it kind of comes lower on the priority list, but it's just simply we can't respond with the aircraft immediately like we would in these other counties. I guess that's what maybe would be a delay. we do our best on the ground to bring guys in and do the work on the ground when when we do have a big blow up there or problem. But and again, it's probably communication too, not knowing who to call. If there was a delay, that's usually the problem I hear is they weren't quite sure what direction to get. Because as soon as we hear about it, there better not be a delay is kind of my approach.
That was the assumption I made, and that was what I shared, that my experience had been very good, and and then I knew that the cattle petition was what county, and they said, well, maybe there was a mistake. How do you verify if there's someone on a county line that calls? Are they in Golden Valley or are they in Muscle Shell? And I would assume that that's it's not something that you would go back to Montana Cadastral and identify where their property is, so you knew whether or not you had the funds to fly, or how do you identify that? Or you just hope that your trapper knows?
Well, definitely the local knowledge, but we rely heavily now on the technology. If you're familiar with these OnX mapping, it takes all the publicly available plat maps and digitize them to in the palm of your hand now with your smartphones, and you can zoom in and obviously find county borders and property borders and names. It even has the property owner's name. So we're way ahead in that realm nowadays, where we can actually identify individual landowners in the moment, just by using those type of. All of our specialists have a subscription to that program.
Very good. William, you had a question, I think, didn't you?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the grizzly bear activity, we're along the front. Is that ramping up pretty good?
It really is. Yeah, I've got kind of a list here of there are some specific areas. Centennial Valley, we're dealing with bear. Actually, we're waiting for the next kill. If it kills one more time, the request will be to remove the bear. But it's killed 4 over the last year or so. 4 calves in this particular area. Ennis, down in the Ennis Valley floor, we've got a grizzly bear. That's the specifics are the one carcass was too far gone to be able to confirm, but we do have a grizzly bear on the carcass, but we weren't able to know that the bear did the killing, and so it went unconfirmed. But the point that it's kind of a big deal that there's a grizzly bear sitting on the the valley floor out of Ennis. And then along the front, my notes are just all up and down the front. We're being pretty busy. We did have that grizz that killed the pigs. He probably even made some news and got some pictures taken. We did put a non-lethal fencing crew went and helped put a fence around those pigs, the remaining, and then the neighbor there also had a calf that had been bit. And if that turns into more conflict, we'll ask for a removal there as well. But I guess in general terms, I could just tell you all along the front, they've been popping up. I will add, and maybe this will be the next question, is wolves tend to have been busy this last couple months. That I hate to say more than normal or normal, because I don't know what's normal anymore. It's just kind of what happens, and but we're just finished up a long going battle down out of Dillon. Finally got that one cleaned up. Out of Lincoln, we had 7 calves that were killed that kind of kept going, and they finally were able to collar and then remove 5 wolves out of that area. Up on the Blackfeet reservation, we've had to remove 1 wolf. Actually, we caught it intending to collar it, but the tribe requested that it be killed. And so then, of course, in the Northwest, we're still working to collar some wolves up in there. So it's been a busy couple months all around, but specifically these little wolf flare-ups have kept us kind of on. They tend to drag out a little bit longer, and that makes for a lot of work.
So to me, that's a bit unfortunate that the tribe wanted to remove that one rather than collaring, because most wolves aren't lone wolves. I don't think so.
Yeah, and I don't know the exact negotiations on how and the circumstances, and it may have been just one wolf running through there, but that the fact that they're very good to work with us there, and we're able to work through the situation. I think it was still a pretty positive interaction, but that was just kind of the outcome of that specific one that happened. But yeah, that's kind of, and of course, as you know, our daily business is coyote work. We as well, even throughout the summer, a lot of folks think, well, calving and lambing, it's over, but it's not. We've got in the east there, we've got a couple flare-ups going on right now that we've been flying pretty regular, almost every day yet every good day yet this summer. So it is slower. It's a good time, slower year for our flights, but busy nonetheless.
So you told us before, but I just don't remember the number. How much do those blades cost?
Oh, let's see, yeah, about 18,000 a piece. And what do we got? Five of them.
Yeah. Get your
But
attention in.
they'll last 10, I don't know how many years we can get on them, 10 or 12 years anyway.
So it's a year, or not an hour deal, or
It is an
kind of
hourly. Yeah. I'm just trying to think. I don't want to give wrong numbers on record, but it should refresh. We haven't had to get a new set of blades for almost 20 years on that particular helicopter.
I guess. To me, the blade on the helicopter is quite important. The glide ratio is not really.
Exactly. Yeah, we're glad to have a fresh set.
Not like when Alan was flying his Cub around, he just landed anywhere.
You can land anywhere, but it's just whether it's on your terms or not.
Yeah.
How hard to hit.
Yeah. Exactly. So any other questions for Dalen? Eric, are you out there? And I see Greg, maybe you have a question or comment for Dalen. He's probably out fixing later again. So with that, thank you, Dalen. You're missing lunch, though. I don't know what it is, but there's not very many of us in the office here, so there's going to be enough to go around, I think.
The bad thing is eating on Friday, nobody's here to eat leftovers tomorrow.
I do miss out on that, but I do appreciate being able to juggle my schedule and still make this work.
Well, we appreciate it.
Thank you,
Thank
Dan.
you.
Yep,
all right.
Anytime.
Thanks. All right. See ya. So we're a little ahead. What do you think? You want to try and tackle something else?
I hear them out there unwrapping stuff. We could probably just
Why,
go ahead
just
and
go have lunch and
maybe come back early.
okay.
That might be better than.
Yeah.
Let's come back at 12:30.
Okay. That's what we'll do then.
All right. You ready, Mr. Chair?
Yes, I am. Okay.
We're coming off mute and getting the video going.
All right. I'm going to call this meeting back to order, and our next order of business is animal health and food safety. Meat, milk, and egg. Ms. Lund, would you like to introduce yourself, please, for the record?
You got it. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Alicia Love, Meat, Milk, and Egg Inspection Bureau Chief. Just a couple of items for you today that hopefully shouldn't take up too much of your time. I'm going to start with some good news. So we were able to hire a Northwest supervisor for meat inspection. He started this week. Monday was the first day. So I'm very happy to announce that we've got that really important position filled, and with his expertise in HACCP and food manufacturing processes, I think he's going to be a great asset to the department. Next up, I am asking for permission to send my sanitarian, Fred Wolkers, to Washington State to finalize his egg grader training. Once he's through this certification, he'll be able to work independently in our egg plant. And with their increased production hours, we're really looking forward to him being able to do that.
Okay, I entertain a motion to accept the request.
Mr. Chairman, I we either try to request for the egg grader.
Okay, do I have a second? I have a motion by Alan, second by Lily. Discussion? Do we have anybody else on?
Yes, Eric was on. I think I saw him, but I don't think Greg and Jake are on right now. Or wasn't on when I was just, let me look. one more
Any
time.
discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
And the last item I have for you folks today, is just a request to update some of our meat labeling laws. I actually think that these changes, the second part of it, I think is actually going to help out the industry. Right now, there isn't really a good way to do a temporary label approval that is cohesive. So we're hoping to kind of stream that a little bit for industry and clarify it. One of the issues that we're seeing right now is when someone needs a label on a temporary basis, if we're following our own laws, have a pretty formal repeal process if someone's not going to continue to use a label. And so it becomes more work for Kaylee and for Ms. Simon to kind of draft these letters to revoke this permission. And Kaylee's right on time. So if I mess anything up, just wave your arms, but I hope I have it. But I am hoping that that language more closely reflects what we intended to do, and I'm hoping it'll actually make things a little bit easier for the industry. The first part of it is us more closely aligning with USDA. So right now, if you just have a pork chop and there's no spices or anything on it, and you're not saying anything about it, we don't need to approve, hey, this is a pork chop. But as soon as you start saying something like no growth hormones, or Kaylee's favorite claim, I think right now is regeneratively raised, whatever that claim means for people. We should be providing some level of assurance to the public that we've actually validated those claims. Usually those claims mean a higher ticket price on these products. We want to make sure that the public is paying a little extra for things that we know are true.
So in that particular instance, how do you verify something that's kind of a vague term to start with?
Mr. Chairman, I don't think we've answered that question on regenerative farming, have we?
They have guidance documents for us.
But there we go. So we've got some guidance documents, but some of these other ones are pretty easy, organically raised. There's certifications out there for those. So a lot of push for like these heritage breeds. A lot of heritage raised stuff is coming through. So I think Kaylee's become kind of an expert in farm genealogy these days with some of the claims that we've gotten from some of these farms.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Are we validating those, or are we validating that somebody else has validated that claim? Like when it says heritage breed.
They have two different options. They can provide a certificate.
Would you come up, please come up?
Yeah, so people can hear you.
Because we need to have that up.
So introduce yourself.
Yes.
Dr.
Yeah.
Szymanski, members of the board. I'm Kaylee Heel. I'm the label specialist for the meat inspection program. To answer your question, they have the opportunity to provide, let's say we're taking an Angus claim, they can provide a document that's a certificate from the Angus Association of America saying they are enrolled in their program. And then it's that agency that's done the legwork on verifying and validating the claim. We can also do an affidavit as the producer saying, I solemnly swear these are the animals that I'm raising.
Because organic, there's no organic associated, well. I
Well,
guess
there's
there's something.
USDA organic certification.
Okay, yeah. So what?
Mr. Chair, so if Lily wanted to sell her milk as non-GMO or antibiotic free, would that is something you'd be in charge of the labeling, or is that something that I'm not asking the right question here, but
I was like, that's a hard example to give her because then it's like, is it raw? Because then she's obviously not gonna have anything to do.
if Lily wanted to sell her milk as organic, so organic is backed by Oregon Till and all of these where you certify to that you are organic. Are you part of that program?
So the organic program here is actually run by the Department of Agriculture. So they have to go through the Department of Agriculture's process to get an organic claim. And in that case, that's what I'm verifying. They're part of that. Another example would be the Made in Montana program. I don't do the legwork behind that, but I make sure they're enrolled and certified with that program. Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Eric.
Okay, well, that was kind of my question. Isn't this all marketing? How is any of this in our wheelhouse at all? We're a regulatory agency. Why is this not all Department of Ag, whether it's heritage or Angus or natural or whatever?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Moore, when we have value added claims, if you have claims that are not accurate, that's considered economic adulteration. And we are charged with making sure that folks are not having products that are economically adulterated. USDA doesn't see this any differently than amount of water added to ham is a great example. So if you're buying a 2-pound ham and it says that I'm going to just throw out numbers to make Kaylee's eye twitch here. If it says it's 2% added water, but it's 3% added water, then you're paying for more water than you are meat than what you think you're buying. So with these value added claims, like I said, usually there's an increased price tag on those, and USDA's labeling laws has charged us with making sure that any claims that add value are accurate and truthful. This would also apply to nutrition claims. So when people talk about heart healthy snacks, we would make sure that I just don't think that my ham is a heart healthy snack. I've got some support for that idea. So it's making sure that we're honestly presenting products, and that's one of the core responsibilities of our meat program, is not just wholesomely produced, but also honestly presented.
So, and Ms. Love, but we are talking meat, milk, or
We're just talking
just meat. In this case, just meat. The Department of Ag would have, under their purview, would be a grain snack or something like that. Would that be correct? So the only thing that we're talking about that you have control over is a meat product that's value added or whatever.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. And so Department of Ag is responsible for making sure people are in those programs appropriately, but the Department of Agriculture doesn't have the authority to approve meat labels. We come across this not terribly often, but occasionally, we'll have someone that just pulls the Made in Montana logo off of the internet and just put it on a label, and they don't even know that image has meaning and that there is a process for it. They just say, well, I'm someone who lives in Montana making something. I'm going to put this cool looking sticker on here, not understanding that that's a regulated object.
And that Made in Montana goes through the Department of Ag, and then you verify that they're a member of, or have that certification.
And I think you're right, but I would just say that's part of the Meat and Poultry Inspection Act is labeling. So, kind of goes back to the conversation we're having this morning. We're talking about that, what are we responsible for? We're responsible for, in many times, more than just the actual meat itself and what's happening in processing. Because you've heard that we do we're also charged through federal law with the Humane Slaughter Act. So that's why we would have issues with people who are not slaughtering animals in a humane fashion as described by federal law. So these labels, what has to be in these labels is described by federal law. And because we run a state meat inspection program, we're the ones charged with doing that. We may not be in charge of all the various claims, but anybody that wants to use a claim, we have to validate that that's an actual truthful claim.
Does that answer your question, Eric?
Well, yeah, I understand it from 30,000 feet. I'm struggling with the implementation. If you're talking about how many pounds of water you're adding to a ham, that's objective and measurable. If you're talking about Angus beef, are you going to go back and check all the EPDs of everybody's bulls and the cattle that they're buying? If you're saying mine's naturally raised without antibiotics or hormones, so it's healthier for you, you're going to get into that whole quagmire of conflicting science? Or I mean, where's the sidewalls on this?
So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Moore, in this case, like Ms. Heel described, we're going to take an affidavit from that producer and say, okay, you're telling us that this is how you do business. If we see something or there's a complaint that contradicts that affidavit, then we may be charged with tracking that down further. But for the most part, if we have some reasonable justification to say we believe what this person is telling us, then that's the way we're going to go about this. And until we get like a consumer complaint or I'm trying to think of a good example. I don't think we see a lot of this, but if someone said, well, I buy my hamburger from this guy and he says all of his cows are Black Angus and I only eat Black Angus beef and that's all I want, but I went and did a farm tour and he doesn't have Black Angus beef, well, then we would be charged with that economic adulteration component. We would be charged with maybe looking into it deeper than we do on a generic basis.
But it's basically like certified hormone free for the European market. That's a third-party verification, but I think we've talked about that before. Padlocks keep honest people honest, and so there's. Yeah, so. All right. So, any other comments or questions on that, Eric? Okay. So your request is to. Is this something that has to go out for public comment and a change, the labeling change?
Yes, it's a change to the label review rule. So
okay.
You can see what's in I think it's in your book, right? Yeah. So you can see, I think all the underlines are the changes, right? So it's adding that number 3 about special statements and claims to the label review, and then it's adding the number 6, which is kind of what Ms. Love was just talking about, that how you may grant temporary approval that doesn't meet it if provide the following conditions are met. So that kind of talks about how they would deal with that. So that's the new language that's going into the existing label review rule. That's what would be headed out. We're amending the rule. Yes, it's not a completely new rule. We're amending the rule to deal with these claim-based statements.
Okay, do we have a motion to present the amended rule for public comment, I guess is a proper?
I'll make a motion.
If everybody goes to sleep, I'm going to tell our cooks no more chicken. Okay, I have a motion to, do I have a second? All right. Further discussion. I don't know, do we have anybody else on?
Just Eric's the only one out there right now.
All right, further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of presenting this amended table review to for public comment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
No.
Motion carried. All right, so noted. Motion carried, one dissenting vote.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, if that is all you need from me today, then I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Well, I guess, and I didn't look at it, and we just kind of skipped back, we went back and forth on that. So the money, I assume, is coming out of the egg budget then?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
That's a good place for it to come from. So, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, board.
Oh, maybe just before you leave, Ms. Lowe, do you have any other questions, Eric, or anyone else here in the room that for Ms. Lowe? I guess not. Thank you. All right, where are we at now? So, okay. Did you, were you able to make it for lunch?
I did. I slid right into the lunch line.
That's
seamless
amazing.
fashion.
That's amazing.
It's a skill set.
You got it down. Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, for the record, my name is Greg Judah. I'm the lab director of the Montana Veterinary Diagnostic Lab in Bozeman. Thank you for having me again. It's a beautiful drive up this morning, no construction, which is nice. So the first thing I have on the agenda is a brief operational update. I wanted to bring it to speed on our veterinary microbiologist search. As you know, we have a pretty tall order of backfilling the shoes of Dr. Schwartz, who left the department May 2nd, I believe. And she is doing well, by the way, at her new position in Texas A&M. We've kept in contact.
Is she missing the cool summer yet?
I bet she is. So we did conduct interviews with, I believe it was 4 candidates. Dr. Szymanski was involved in those interviews, as well as myself, Dr. Jonathan Sago, and Dr. Steve Smith were the interviewing committee. After that process, we narrowed it down to 1 preferred candidate, and we have extended a visitation, site visitation and follow-up interview opportunity. And this individual will be visiting, flying out to Montana on Monday, visit with us Tuesday, and then fly out Wednesday. And then there will be time for her to either do follow-up at the lab or take the opportunity to look around a little bit on the tail ends of that visit.
So on a follow-up like that, do we help compensate the travel?
We do, Mr. Chairman, yes. And I don't know if there's a particular policy for that or if it's just kind of based on the recommendation of the executive officer.
Yeah, depends on certain jobs where we're recruiting out of state people.
Yeah.
If we need to bring them in for additional, interviews or lookovers, we help offset that.
Well, that would be my common sense scenario, but.
Yes, sir. So we are, we're feeling pretty, I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch, but I'm feeling pretty good about this candidate. And I think there's mutual interest, which is always a good thing. I'm optimistic that the next meeting will have good news for you, or even before that. This is part of Mike's weekly updates. So that's where that stands. The next item on the agenda, we do have an AAVLD audit response due on Monday. This is in response to a site visit, and this is just addressing findings that they had during their site visit. We do believe that we've made substantial progress at addressing the findings. There's still work to be done. The accreditation committee meets in the end of July, and then we'll get a response back from them.
and then probably another round of back and forth before we finally addressed all the concerns and findings.
So were some of these findings, would they affect accreditation then?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that is a possibility. They can definitely affect accreditation. So we need to take it very seriously and just make sure we completely address them. So for any non-conformance found in a site visit audit, we open a corrective action and then track the progress on addressing it. And then they make you list documentary evidence. So that'll be attached to that corrective action report. So it's a lot of work. I think this response currently sits at 57 pages, something like that. So just to give you an idea of the body of work that has to go into this. I'm very encouraged by the work that our new quality manager has put into this and the approach. We've been open in communication with the committee, and I'm excited to see what their take on our response is. So I'm optimistic.
Well, it just brings back the conversations we had this morning with plant operators and their compliance or non-compliance. I mean, everybody is in the same scenario and have standards they have to meet, and with consequences if you don't. And that to me is a perfect example. And non-cooperation, I would assume on your part, would not go very far as smoothing things out with the people that are looking over your shoulder.
Mr. Chairman, I suspect we would not be granted a 30-day additional inspection. The conversation would be over. But you're exactly right. There are parallels, and we're subject to it as well. The best thing you can do is work with the committee, work with those regulators to address the issues, and it makes you a better organization at the end of the day, and that's the point of it. So, and they're reasonable if you're reasonable. That's
well, I think
that's
pretty standard, and I guess not always. You hope it would be always, but so I wish those people were so hot. Listening, because I think they felt picked on, but
yeah,
they're not that much. So.
Okay, and then finally, I just wanted to give you an update on the building construction. I know you guys like these. Mike, I sent you a site audit or site report that came from Kevin Lacey of LPW Architecture, and that was last week. So this one's a little more current than the one I presented last time. So some of the highlights that they noted in terms of work completed since the last site visit. They've now got permanent primary power and gas line that's been run to the building. So that's kind of a big deal for our utilities. The generator's been set. They still need to get gas and electrical across this irrigation ditch on the east side. And this has become kind of a recurring problematic thing that you have to get a permit to go under this irrigation ditch because it's, I guess, part of city planning. So that always puts a wrinkle on things. They did place a retaining wall on the south side of the building, and that's been put in place. That has impinged a bit on our access to necropsy in the existing building. And as of this week, we learned that because they're going to excavate a little bit behind the retaining wall and fill it in with gravel, that's going to further restrict access to necropsy. So we're working to try to shorten that period of time where we have restricted access, make it as short as possible, and then looking at options for getting if a large animal were to show up, what we can do, provided there's not direct access to that back loading dock area.
Because there's no access around the west side of your building,
Correct. Yeah, there's currently not. So if someone were to come in and drop off today, they'd have to go around the south and then the north, circle all the way around the marsh complex to get to it. But when that's further restricted, we could be looking at well, I'd rather not even say on this conversation, but it involves a forklift.
Gotcha.
So,
I was just thinking of a tractor and a tow chain. You know?
Well, that, once you get it within proximity, that is the common practice.
Fence
But
post and we could roll it in.
we
Just don't take a video of
we
it.
just need to get it onto the concrete pad outside the garage, basically. But Swank has been very willing to work with us, and they have forklifts, so plenty of equipment. Let's see. The BSL3 wall roughing now is complete. Exterior windows are all installed at this stage of the game. They've even started to put in the monorail crane above the necropsy, which is pretty cool to see. They've done a lot of the painting, especially in the vet diagnostic area, what they refer to as Area B. And then the other thing that's pretty significant is the masonry on the exterior of the building, which you'll see in some of these pictures. They've installed brick on the east and north sides and are finishing up on the northwest for the Ag Analytical Lab. And then I don't want to butcher this siding name, but it's something like Nichia siding has been installed on the east side of Area C, which is the wool lab. And we'll get to a picture of that. So if you scroll down here, you can see some of the brick surrounding our area of the lab, and it's black brick, which looks pretty sharp. So they did a pretty good job of picking out these exterior materials. I think it'll look really good. Let's see the next one. So this is the east side. This is the windows that look into our laboratory testing sections. You can see the brick there, which is pretty neat.
What's the blue on top? Is that finished?
It's not finished. So that's just nail board currently. And I believe they're going to probably put a different type of siding up there. That would be my guess. So this is the Nichia, I guess. It looks like a masonry. I haven't been over since they put this up, but I want to kind of see what it's textured like and what it's made of. But I believe it's some type of a, what would be similar to a masonry brick.
And I assume that propane tank is just a temporary
Correct.
gas. Yeah,
That's
natural
just
gas.
Heating and stuff like that. This is the one of the entrances there into the facility with that siding. You can see as it looks compared to the brick, it's a lighter gray. And this is just a wool lab interior, which is lagging behind the vet diagnostic build because they're kind of staging this. So they started with Area B, which is vet diagnostic, and then moved to Area C and then Area A, which is the Ag Analytical Lab.
That makes a lot of sense. C, B, A.
Yeah. Just some interior studs, and this is once again wool lab. I think this was meant to highlight a lot of the progress they've made in that section of the lab. And that's wool lab as well. And again, and there's a corridor, a shared corridor that goes between the wool lab and Ag Analytical. So this will actually be the employee entrance. So that door you see in there will be card coded, I believe. So only Ag Analytical and Veterinary Diagnostic can get past that door. And the wool lab entrance is actually before or right beside where the photographer is on the right. And this is the Ag Analytical Center corridor. And their labs would be on the side. Once again, Ag Analytical. And more ducting there and plumbing for Ag. And this is looking into the lab section in our VDL portion. So they're doing some of the painting and sealing work there, grid work above.
So that picture And I believe, Greg, right, that far wall there, and then to the left of it is the opening,
Yes.
right? That would be a wall in between laboratory sections. And so that's, I think Greg has described this before, where you'll be able to pretty freely move between the laboratory sections when they've got like floating positions so they can help out in respective areas.
So then you're talking about the big door right at the base of you look through the bottom of the ladder towards?
No, so if you look at that wall on the far side with the windows,
Yeah.
just to the left of those windows.
Right in
So
there.
the taller door,
You can just pass right into the next lab section, which would be on the far side of that wall with the windows. And that's it's basically open the whole way. So I think it goes molecular and then what we're calling immunodiagnostics, which is serology and molecular, will be combined. And then bacteriology is right in the middle, and then clin path and histology on the far north side.
so this room right here is about the size of your building right now?
Well, this is pretty big. It's definitely an increase in space. I think bacteriology is the only lab that's kind of going to be a net neutral in terms of square footage, but they currently have the largest footprint in our existing facility. And that's the necropsy. You can see the crane there actually at the top, that yellow beam, and it's rolling upon green, I-beams. So that's the, what do you call it, bridge crane.
So and I assume that line there under is the doors that you can open so they can go into the necropsy and bring something out and so close.
Yes, so the bridge crane will attach to a monorail crane that'll come through that tall open door. The second door behind that leads into the incinerator room.
Oh, okay.
And then you can barely make it out, but the doors on the far right, they're very tall with a crane running into it, or a monorail running into it. That is the necropsy cooler.
So the incinerator's behind the photographer then?
Past, or where you're looking.
Oh,
Yep.
oh, now that.
Yeah.
Is it there yet?
Not yet. It'll be here in 2 weeks, I believe. So that's the projection.
And there's still a hole in the wall big enough?
Yes. we believe. And that's just the necropsy area. Another look at it. That's BSL-3 being rocked in. And then just electrical panel. And then I think the final picture is data. Oh, no, there's another picture.
Most expensive panel in the project.
Yeah, exactly. And then this is some of the ventilation up on the roof now. So it's coming together. This looks really good. The masonry, the brick on Ag Analytical. It's pretty sharp.
So now on your necropsy, you have winches or something now to raise the animal to a work site so you're not working on the floor or something on everything, or?
We currently have a crane or on a monorail in our existing facility.
Oh.
And then we also have a winch that, well, it's not a winch, it's a pulley that bolts into the floor, and then we use the crane to pull animals into the facility. If we receive a large animal right now, we're typically doing the necropsy on the floor because our existing tables are not even as big as this table. In the new facility, we will have a large animal necropsy table that is height adjustable that will allow for the better ergonomics in terms of doing necropsy. I think somebody joked about the cost of it at a meeting a while back. It's pretty pricey. I want to say it's $36,000 table.
So is it hydraulic?
Hydraulic, yep. And it's got retractable casters, so you can move it and then retract and then get a stable surface. It's got tilt up and down. It's pretty impressive. And then all the seams are engineered so that they're not like 90 degrees, so you can clean into the corners when you scrub it down.
Yeah, some kind of drainage system into a collection.
Yes, we've got a floor drain collection unit where we can seal it off, decontaminate as needed, and then release it into the central sewer.
Question, Mr. Chair. So you say when you do meat crops, you bring in whole animals. So I've done a lot of meat crops at the barn, and you take out your kidneys, your spleens, your lymph nodes. What is there a need to bring a whole animal in the facility?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Klein-Saucer, there is not. If you can do a field necropsy and just bring the parts that are of interest. But I think a lot of times either the veterinarian can't get there to do it, and the owner will just want to get the animal directly to the facility. So we do receive whole animals quite frequently, and they can be large. It could be bison. It could be, we've had grizzly bear, wolves. FWP will usually just show up with a whole animal. But commonly horses. I think we had a horse brought in yesterday, I believe. So we just take them as they come, and sometimes they're cats and dogs. Sometimes it's a lot larger.
I would say that my experience here in Montana is that our swine producers have a much higher level of kind of those technical skills than the average livestock owner, and certainly the average pet owner.
So we actually took a course.
Yes.
To Dr. Thomas, train about the crops and property. It saves him a lot of work.
Saves us a lot of work.
I'll bet you get a lot more than when it's 20, 30, 40 below zero outside to come in whole too.
It's probably another factor. Yeah. We've had some frozen whole animals show up before that had to sit for a while before.
Well, the quality of the sample doesn't change too much if they come in frozen.
It doesn't, but usually the sooner the better.
Yeah. Well, all right. Well,
yeah, so that's it. A couple other updates on that front. As we mentioned, the incinerator. So nothing to worry about. We got this ironed out, but we paid for the incinerator with the ARP funding pool that we got from Nolan and, the $1 million, right? So we pulled that out of the project, but when we bought the incinerator, we didn't consider that, or we didn't anticipate paying for the install costs that were associated with the original quote. So we just assumed we were buying the equipment. The install line item fell through the cracks. And when we asked Matthews, who is building the incinerator, if they had everything they needed to get that into the building and install it, this was about a month ago, they replied, well, no, we don't, because you guys didn't sign that as part of the contract. And so I was like, okay, well, let's get it lined out so you guys can do it, and then we'll figure out a way to pay for it. So that was kind of the conversation. We worked with the Matthews team. We've now handed it over to them. Swank agreed to pick up the costs of install, and so Brian doesn't have to sweat that. And we've got it. I believe it's scheduled to get here sometime around July 8th. Is the last date that I heard. But they still are arranging for the crane and rigging crew. And then I believe how this works, at least from what I've heard from the engineers, is you get it as far in that 12 by 12 door as you can with your overhead crane. And then you have some type of a gantry crane inside the facility that's mobile, hoist it up onto that and move it into place and then lower it down. So I think I'm going to be spending some time at least on the construction side that day watching, because I think it'd be quite interesting. So if anybody else is interested, I can arrange for a hard hat and let you know when it'll be there.
so you say Swanks will foot the bill for the install, but in my mind, install means one thing. In your mind, install means maybe something a little different. Hooking up the gas line, power, this bolting it to the floor.
Yes. So, Mr. Chair, the part that we had omitted was the actual, I guess, placement. So getting it off the truck and into the building. So they offered they have a line item for, I guess, what you call white glove service to kind of get it into the building. Swank was always on the hook for the plumbing, electrical, everything that's got to be connected, gas, once it's in place. So the way this works is they'll get it into place, then Matthews will be done for that portion. Swank hooks it up, gets the gas, electrical, plumbing to the unit, and then once all that is ready to go, Matthews will come back out and they have to do a training for one. They'll do training and a curing of the refractory. So they'll actually fire it up and sequentially ramp up the temperature like every hour, every 2 hours to get to a minimum temperature degree and cure the thing. It takes all night to do it because we had to do it when we replaced the refractory in our own incinerator. And then I believe they'll do a full run, mock run, just to maybe confirm that it's working as needed. So I don't have the schedule on when that second phase will occur, but it's a major project. So,
Mr. Chair, so I'm just curious, what would that have cost if Swank didn't pick up that?
$24,000.
24. Yeah.
I know what the figure is.
Yeah.
Well, maybe they'd have to bring in a crane.
Yeah.
Both the big crane to set it over there and then some other way to get it through the door and then on its pedestal or.
And I think, Mr. Chair, according to Swank, getting the crane is the easiest part of the entire thing. They weren't worried about that. They were worried about the technical know-how and the liability of trying to get it in there and just knowing what you need to do it. And I think
how much space freeboard you have.
Yeah. So it'll be a pretty delicate process, I believe. And you're dealing with a 42,000 pound unit. That's without the stack. So stack weighs probably another 15.
So they'd have to have the crane there probably to set the stack anyway. Yeah. So I could see Swank, they're generous, but there's a little method behind that generosity probably.
Yeah, and what I don't know is what did they actually pull out of the construction budget? I never got an answer on that, a clear answer anyways. I did ask the question, but, I think that in looking back at it, we were assuming we can use these NOLM funds to buy equipment, but not necessarily line items associated with installation or construction. So I took the blame for the oversight in the end because I didn't want anyone else to fall on the sword. Feels good to take accountability.
Well, there's additional funding that we had placed into House Bill 2 for anything that comes up after this point, and A&E placed another $1 million of authority in House Bill 5 as well. So there should be plenty enough funding at this point to deal with any contingencies that come up in addition to how you plan to use your non-funding. Yeah. So that's additional to the non-funding. So I would hope we have any oversights or contingencies prepared for between what we did ourselves, what architecture and engineering at Department of Administration did in House Bill 5, and the fact that we took the lab equipment out to pay for it with non-funding. I hope we've covered all the bases, but the building is not open yet. So until the day it opens, there's the opportunity of changes. I think I've shared with you guys in the past, I think we're up now to about $1.5 million of change orders that have been approved. So $50 million, and that's between BOL Lab and Analytical. It's not all for us, but for the three various labs that are there. So the total $50 million project is now a $51.5 million project, and I'm told that's good. I'm told we're doing better than most. So, but $1.5 million is real money to me. I don't know about the rest of it, but it's to be over. But like I said, I'm told that that's well within range of normal, actually below normal for a project of this size.
You gotta stay on top of it just to stay anywhere close. 16%.
So, and I asked Mike, because this last change order was more probably, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I understood you to say that more of that change order was for analytical lab and wool lab than it was for.
I think on some of the stuff on the recent one that I did.
Yeah. Well, anyway.
But, yeah, there's always things that as they get in and actually start building it, something wasn't right on the plan. It needs to go on the left instead of on the right, and that means this has to move. It's just little things like that.
I guess my point is that even though it's wool lab, they have someone that is overseeing, making sure that that's right for what they need, and then it comes to Mike for the final.
Yeah, for the agency review. We as the owner of the building are the ones that have to do the agency review, and then there's a sign off by A&E or Department of Administration even after my sign off to. So hopefully between everybody who's looking at it, if something, not anything that is happening is necessary to be happening. So.
Okay, Mr. Chair, members of the board, just a quick update on the project. In addition, they're continuing, they're restarting dirt work at this point. So Central Excavating is back. And the word that I heard on the call last week was that they anticipate having parking lots and putting in parking lots and curbing. That should be complete in sometime in that August time frame. So just to give you an idea, that's a pretty big piece of the exterior of the building. And then another thing that was, and I believe I mentioned this in the update that Mike sent to you guys this week, but the project timeline has been pushed by 60 days in their estimation. And there wasn't like a true, they couldn't pinpoint a root cause, but Swank indicated it was basically due to the complexity of the building being underestimated. So not a huge surprise. I doubt they've built anything like this in the past, but 60 days, I mean, from an operational standpoint, it's not going to kill us. But again, there's pluses and minuses, right? It might be warmer to move, but it might be raining. So, who knows?
So is there any big equipment that goes into the analytical lab or the wool lab?
Any permit?
Any big equipment?
Oh, big equipment. Mr. Chair, members of the board, I know they have some substantial equipment. I don't know the size of it though, but I suspect it's nowhere near the complexity of the incinerator. So there's some pretty big stuff in there right now with all the air handling up in the penthouse and all the boilers and what have you. But even those don't rival the weight, the sheer weight of that incinerator. So,
So, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So the incinerator, like you said, you got a horse yesterday. Would you just dump that in after you're done with it?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Kleinsaucer, typically once they've, if they receive a whole animal like a horse, they'll like quarter it up kind of, and usually it's stored in barrels in the cooler. And then it's dumped into the incinerator. Usually we'll hold back animals, several of them, or maybe it's just one animal if it's large enough, until we have a minimum amount. So we get, a full run in the incinerator.
So what's the capacity of that incinerator?
Our current one is 1,500 pounds. This one, I believe, is more like 2,500 or even 3,000. It's the next size up from what we currently have. So it'll be interesting to see.
Mm-hmm.
Any more questions on construction?
No, we're all anticipating your next
request.
You can't come up with that.
That's right. Okay.
Spend more money.
My final agenda item is an out-of-state travel request. We recently, I should say that with quotes around it, we got a piece of equipment about a year ago for measuring antimicrobial sensitivity. And we've already passed our non-proficiency testing. I believe that was back in January or February. Despite that, it's a pretty finicky instrument to learn how to operate appropriately. So we've been in constant contact with the folks out of North Dakota who have been so kind to coach our people through a lot of troubleshooting and what have you. But what we're requesting here is to send our bacteriology lab technician, who's most versed in the instrument, out to North Dakota to spend a few days with their staff doing hands-on training on that specific instrument. We're estimating the cost of travel at right around $2,000, and the source of funding would be our fiscal 26 lab travel budget. So we are requesting board approval to send Kaylee out there. I think it would happen in August, is my guess, but I'd give her the flexibility to schedule that at a time that suits both her and the North Dakota staff.
So on the Fargo area, is that where it's at?
In Fargo? Yes. Yeah.
I'll make a motion to approve the travel request.
Okay, we have a second. All right, I have a motion by Lily, a second by William, to approve the travel request for one person to go out to Fargo and then better run the equipment. Discussion. I have Greg on, I guess, now, and Eric. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Thank you, board. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Oh, yes.
Mr. Chair. So it's kind of nothing pertaining what we just talked about, but you know, Nina was always passionate about the lab and the updates. Does she ever follow up on anything that's going on at the lab there?
Not with me directly. I haven't recently.
Yeah, I have not heard anything recently.
Well, on that line, William, I guess, I'm gonna check in with her if we get done early, which looks like we're going to. We have those coffee cups that we decided to give to her for the service, and so I'm gonna check and see if she's home, and we'll stop. Cheryl and I'll stop in then if she's available and willing to have us, and drop those off and check in with her. So next meeting, if she's there, I'll give a report. How's she doing? Because Mike hasn't seen her either in town here apparently. So, but she's had some, knee issues?
Knee surgery.
Knee kind of problem with it.
Yeah. So. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Do you want me to get you?
Hmm?
Do you want me to get you a pot?
It's just my after dinner nap. I gotta have it.
I think I'm the
So
last one, aren't I?
Who's driving?
Well, maybe me at this point. Jeez.
He's out getting an ice cream and this chicken and the other this. All right. Dr. Szymanski, you to introduce yourself, please.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, board. Tony Szymanski, state veterinarian, administrator of Animal Health and Food Safety Division. A couple of brief disease updates maybe today. I don't feel like there's a lot of new information on the landscape since the last time we met. First up is New World Screwworm. As I'm sure everybody has seen, the USDA announced I believe it's $18 million to work on kind of the US's response capabilities. That includes the work that's being done down in Mexico to develop a new sterile fly production facility, and then a site here in the US that would be a sterile fly distribution facility. So right now, all of the sterile flies that are being used for this campaign are coming out of the facility in Guatemala. That Guatemala facility, if we were to get a detection here in the United States, the distance and the time that separates the landscape here in the United States versus Guatemala would provide some specific challenges. So we're hoping to get more capability and flies in closer proximity to the US with these two facilities.
So what's the status of the movement of the fly? Is it still creeping northward, or
It has not made any further north progress in the last 2 weeks. I believe that the last detection was 27 miles beyond that last isthmus of the land. And I don't believe that they have had any additional detections beyond that. They had one new one in that same region, but nothing any further. They are still getting about 200 new cases a week. And I think that the sterile fly efforts in particular around that most northern detection have been effective so far. I also think that some of the pressure that's being placed about some additional surveillance as far as wildlife is starting. We're starting to see some gains associated with that. So maybe we have stopped its northward trajectory, but just in case there's still a fair amount of preparation, including a New World Screwworm national working group that's coming up with what some of the structure would look like in states where they to have a detection, and then states that are receiving animals from an affected state or even an affected region, what that looks like. So we're working on a draft emergency rule here in Montana that would provide restrictions from a state or a zone if we were to get a detection. The trajectory of those is that when the initial announcement comes out, they're going to be the most restrictive, and they will apply to essentially all warm-blooded species that are imported into Montana. And then once we have some confidence that the control measures on the local landscape are effective, we'll see some of those regulations taper. I think the tapering will largely be for cattle and horses. Those are the ones that are going to have the most controls on the local landscape. Whereas like the movement of dogs and cats out of those areas is probably the most porous or the most risky movements once controls are in place. I attended the Western States annual meeting. I think it's been 2 weeks ago now in Tucson, Arizona. And we had several presentations about New World Screwworm. And I think some of the just important pieces for people to be aware of. They broke down all of the cases that have been detected in Central America to date. 84% of those are cattle, so it is heavily the species that is impacted by this parasite. 6% canine, 4% porcine, 3% equine, 2% ovine, and then 1% all other. And then they also looked at some of the most common locations where the sterile fly is able to enter the animal. And I think that's important for veterinarians and producers to know so that they know what areas to look at. The umbilicus of newborn calves is probably the #1 site. Also, even if a cow after she has calves hasn't had like a distinct tearing, just all of the bruising and swelling in those areas and the thinning of the membranes can make that a susceptible site. Cuts associated with branding, vampire bats, that will not be a problem should we get the parasite this far north. Wire cuts, dehorning, dog bites, also probably not something that we're going to have to deal with substantially here up in Montana, but I think important things for people to be aware of where to look. The facility in Mexico, they're saying 12 to 18 months to stand up. The facility in the United States, which will just be a distribution facility, 6 to 9 months is when we expect to have that online.
So how much closer is that facility in Mexico going to be to the distribution point than Guatemala? How much distance are we gaining there?
This is a very rough estimate, Mr. Chair. I can find out a little bit more specific, but I think it's probably on the order of like 600, 700 miles closer. So
maybe a day.
I think, Mr. Chair, maybe a day and fewer international flying regions that you have to work through. So it would just be, Mexico direct to U.S. Highly pathogenic avian influenza. I don't have a lot to say here. We have been almost 14 days without a detection in the poultry industry. And as of now, all of the states are considered, have no active cases on the dairy side of things. And so we think that this is the summer laydown. If you look at the epi curve of when detections happen and you compare the last 3 years, it definitely laid down, or we saw a tapering of cases a lot earlier in the year than we did in the past 2 years. Despite some amount of comparable temperatures and dry out, So we're hoping that that indicates maybe a decreasing risk associated with the presence of disease in wild birds, but we won't know until they come back across us in the fall if that's really truly the case. So I think for the summer, the risk is really flattened out. I wouldn't say it's zero, but it's definitely decreased versus when we're in a migratory season. We are still doing milk testing here in Montana. There's a lot of questions nationally about what the ongoing trajectory is, if the virus really has laid down in our dairies. So I suspect here in Montana in the next couple months, we might start backing away from testing and maybe even discontinue it altogether.
So, well, go ahead, Ron.
So, Mr. Chair, Mrs. Would it, is there a chance, you said the cases are down, there's nothing on the radar, that people aren't reporting it?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Kleinsusser, that is a great question. One of the things that I heard from a lot of other state veterinarians is, in particular, the dairy industry does not feel like this is that big of a deal anymore. They've accepted it, and there probably are cases that are not being reported, which is maybe an argument for continuing milk surveillance to let us know kind of where it is roughly geographically on the landscape. Because the poultry industry really can't survive the ongoing presence of it in the dairy industry under our current structure. And I think that's also one of the reasons that a good portion of the poultry industry, primarily the layers, is really still pushing for the use of vaccine here in the United States.
So do you think there's getting to be a natural immunity developed? Because I just think about in our situation this year, we had more white geese than we've had. I mean, we rivaled freeze out. There was sections of white geese, and I saw very few dead. I mean, there was a few, but shoot, you get that many white geese, there's some of them going to die all the time anyway.
Absolutely. Mr. Chair, I think it's a combination of two things. I think that you'll start to see some level of immunity, and then also the virus is constantly changing. And so eventually it mutates to a form where it doesn't cause all of the problems. That's how we typically get out of these outbreaks in previous years. This trend just has been a lot longer duration on the landscape than we've traditionally seen. So we're somewhat in unknown territory of having an HPA outbreak that extends 3 years. Last one is brucellosis. Nothing really to report from the local landscape here in Montana. Many years ago, there was a group that was called the Brucellosis Elk Research Group. Roughly, the acronym was BURGER. They were a spinoff of the GYIBC, I think in the late 90s, early 2000s. This group was comprised of state animal health and wildlife folks from the 3 GYA states, a little bit of a presence from USDA, and then USGS was also present. They used to meet annually in person and then do some level of like phone meetings in the interim. And they would give updates on research that was happening, kind of give presentations about what was working on the local landscape in each of the respective states. And it was an opportunity to share knowledge and kind of pick at things that might be successful in different regions. That tapered off around 2019. Some of that was folks moving on to new positions. Some of that was, I think, COVID, just the inability to come together and meet anymore. And it really tapered off. We are trying to revive kind of a new iteration of that. I think I've mentioned that to the board. We had our first meeting yesterday. We had 41 individuals on the call that have an interest in reviving that group from USDA, USGS, University of Montana, Montana State, all of the state agencies in Idaho, Wyoming, and Montana that deal with brucellosis in both livestock and wildlife. And so we're cautiously optimistic that we can kind of do a review of what has been happening with brucellosis over the last 10 years, what has been working in each of our respective states, and then the likelihood of us getting an effective enough vaccine against brucella, a bacterial agent that's really good at hiding from the immune system in an animal. It's such an unlikely outcome of any research. And so what are other things that we can use to kind of move the ball forward to lift some of the burden of the program on livestock producers? So cautiously optimistic about how that will look going forward, and we'll keep you updated. The next one was moving on to animal disease traceability and tag allocation. At the last board meeting, the board approved $240,000 to do a one-time purchase of RFID tags. We were able to get a little bit better than public-facing pricing as being a government agency making that order. And so that $240,000 translates into 109,000 RFID tags. I gotta find my notes here. So we are in fiscal year 25 at the federal level. We have already received 120 million tags of the 5 million that USDA has ordered. The update that we have
Not
received.
120 million.
Yeah, I was gonna say 120 million.
120,000.
Yeah.
Sorry, thank you. I've got a million written on here like 7 times. The update that we recently received from USDA in the last, I would say 7 to 10 days, is that they do expect that they are going to be able to order the full 11 million this year. Based upon, we got 193,000 when they ordered 8 million. We got 120,000 when they ordered 5 million. If my math is correct, we should get roughly 260,000 if they get up to 11 million this year, which means that we would get an additional 144,000 tags into Montana. If you take the 144,000 plus the 109,000, that gets us over 250,000. So we potentially would have enough tags for every, depending on what the size of the herd is going into this winter, we potentially would have enough RFID tags for every calf in the state if the board wanted to move forward with that. I think that there's a couple of different approaches that we could take as far as allocation. We could continue to use the allocation that we get from USDA and parse those out as a percentage of what veterinarians have historically allocated, and use the 109,000 to take the ups and downs out of the cycle of when we don't have any tags going into vaccination season. We could do a one-time allocation to every veterinarian in the state based upon total numbers vaccinated and the percentage they could get, whatever their allocated percentage is out of that 109,000. Or we could use the system that I initially started with, where we combine the 2 pools, assuming that we get more tags, and use those for the winter 25-26 captive vaccination season.
So after seeing the numbers from Jay this morning on out-of-state cattle, and of course not knowing how many of those get vaccinated, but is there any way you can leverage that to, especially North Dakota, and say, you know, is there any way that they could share some of their allocation, or through USDA saying, you know, that we are getting quite a few animals from other states that we are vaccinating, so can you change our allocation a little bit? Is that...
So, Mr. Chair, there is an ongoing conversation nationally about how tags are allocated, and there are about a half a dozen Western state veterinarians that are trying to come up with a proposal that we can put forward to the National Assembly, which would be all state veterinarians, and hopefully get some buy-in, and then take that to USDA to hopefully affect change on that. Right now, the formula that USDA has, based upon the cattle inventory that you're using, all states get about 9% of their cattle inventory. We use closer to like 40 to 45% of our total inventory of tags each year between captive vaccination, brucellosis testing, and then movement of animals out of state. So we are working on the allocation from USDA. As far as asking other states to send us a portion of their allocation. I think the complicating issue to that is that we have a lot of cows that leave our markets that go to out of state tagging sites, and therefore are getting tagged with tags from that out of state allocation. And I don't know that we're ever going to get it to exactly zero. But after the conversation this morning, the folks over in the import office worked really hard to try and pull some numbers for us, to get an understanding of the number of animals that come in. So Sydney was the big market on Jay's graphic that he showed you, as far as having received 27,000 cattle from out of state. In 2024, Sydney applied 780 tags at the livestock market as a tagging site. So a very small percentage of those animals that ended up coming in from North Dakota required a tag. When we got the allocation, kind of a bonus allocation last fall of RFID tags, we concentrated those relatively heavily to the livestock markets because we've never given tags to livestock markets in the past. We felt like with the new rule in place, now there was a different kind of pressure and focus at the markets where they could previously have used metal tags. They were no longer able to do so. We we just polled all of the market veterinarians to give us their rough tag use over previous years. And then each of those veterinarians got roughly half of their tags. The smallest allocation that we could do was an increment of 1,000. So there's a few markets that got maybe 90% or even 110% of their annual use, but that was 1,000 was the smallest increment. So we sent out 35,000 tags, which would be roughly about half of all of the tags used in livestock markets in Montana on an annual basis. Jay said there's 700,000 animals that sell through markets. So we're tagging about 1/10 of the animals that move through our livestock markets. And a big chunk of those are going to be Montana origin cattle, and not so much the imported animals. So I'm less concerned about those ones coming in from tagging sites, knowing that we're sending some out as well.
I guess me too after that. Yeah.
With the numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to know until you really ask the question.
Yeah, you dig in.
Yeah.
We're only doing 10th of them out of the one market out of North Dakota. That's telling you
Yeah.
So, and I don't know that you're asking for guidance on how you would allocate, but just listening to the potential, I would think that maybe we're a little early to even get into that conversation. Is that?
A little bit, because we don't know what's coming yet this fall. But USDA does expect that if they're going to be able to place an additional order, that's going to come in the near future. So when we get a new allocation of tags, we can certainly bring that back to the board. So maybe September, we can have that conversation.
Well, that's plenty early enough for most of that's for the bags vaccination, for calf foot vaccination.
Agreed, yeah.
Yeah, transport movement, that's a different story, but so, okay, I think that's making a decision that you need to change.
Change down the road, absolutely. Okay, Mr. Chair, the next item is for an out-of-state travel request. This is a request that came in over the last, I think, 2 weeks that we received this. This is a tri-national agricultural accord for an animal disease readiness exercise. That's a big mouthful. It's a tabletop exercise that's going to happen in Maryland in August. It will have representatives from Canada, Mexico, and the United States there, and it will, and they've asked all of the state animal health officials to attend. But this will be an opportunity to kind of have a dialogue about what communication looks like between federal entities, between state and provincial entities, should we get a detection of African swine fever here in in North America, essentially.
Speak to that at all.
Yeah, I talked to Gene a little bit about it because it kind of came up impromptu. Just so for people to understand, the Tri-National Accord is sort of a standing group of of trade representatives from Canada, U.S., and Mexico. They're kind of the governing group to grease the wheels of the USMCA, U.S., Mexico, Canada trade agreement. And so this is sort of a unique opportunity for us to have someone participate in this, because you will have representatives from those other two nations there. So all of North America will be represented. I think as a state, that one of the reasons I encourage Dr. Szymanski to maybe send someone to this is because also with us bordering Canada, I mean, there's that opportunity to make relationships, to build bridges, make connections with people that we may need to interface with in the future if we're ever in some sort of foreign animal disease situation. So it's just a unique opportunity to be able to participate in one of these types of exercises and have international involvement and have the opportunity to build those relationships and interact with those people. And so that's the reason why I encouraged her to put this on the agenda and to think about sending someone to that meeting.
I thought you maybe were looking at attending that one also.
No. I think one person attending would be enough. Just they've left it open ended. I guess it depends on who has freedom and schedule to go. But I think it would probably be most appropriate for either Dr. Szymanski or Dr. Peterson, one of those two, to be the person that attends.
I think based on schedules, it will likely be me, but with some changes to NADPREP, I think we could revisit that.
Yeah. So it's I think it's a great opportunity for us to have that interaction, build those connections, and get a little bit of an input, get a little bit of an insight into how the federal partners in all three of those nations are thinking about how they handle it. That helps us understand that, because that helps us understand what we might need to be more prepared for as a state in our planning for that type of a foreign animal disease situation.
And I guess I asked Mike last night about who's the lead in the disaster preparedness traveling meetings, and he said Dr. Peterson. Now it's kind of leading that.
Dr. Peterson, yeah.
I was not able to attend that one in Cutbank. It just didn't fit my schedule. I would have liked to, but it sounded like you had a very good turnout.
I think our biggest turnout yet. We had 15 individuals there. So it sounds like it was a good meeting. Dr. Peterson was not at that one. We had to last minute shuffle some staffing around because one of the market veterinarians here in the state has been having some medical issues. And so we were trying to support getting DSA cattle blood through one of the livestock markets.
And how many more of those are there?
The NADPREP meetings. Mr. Chair, at this point in time, we have actually canceled all of the remaining meetings. There was 4 more that were to be happening. Actually, that's not true. We might have one that was specifically requested. The ones that we have scheduled, we have canceled. The attendance at these has been pretty consistently low. Dr. Peterson has done enough of them that she said that the last couple, she's not really getting novel information or novel feedback presented to her. And so we're going to do a little bit of a restructure through the fall and try to do a little bit more targeted meetings. We're looking at doing one that is just state and federal partners that would participate with us in the stop movement. One that's really centric on law enforcement within the state. They'll have an important role. We'll try to do a virtual one and get livestock markets on board with that one. So just really trying to be targeted of what groups we're having conversations with, and less about, gathering ideas and gathering feedback on what we need to, or what it could look like, is really the nuts and bolts of what is going to happen during a stop movement.
Well, I just think about stop movement, and of course we've all talked about it. I think the theory is that the animals that are in transit would go to the final destination, but we all know that that's up to the state, and we look at what goes through here and the destination. So have you worked or talked to, say, Utah, Idaho, and of course Wyoming? They'd be passing through. I don't know that there's a lot of, well, there'd be some feeder cattle maybe go to Wyoming, but I'm just thinking about a coordinated effort there so that hopefully they will honor that and let those in-transit cattle.
So, Mr. Chair, some of those conversations have been had over the last year. A regional partnership has been formed between, I think, all of the Western states, all 17 of the Western states. And those are some of the conversations that we're having about how we can work regionally in the case of a foot and mouth disease outbreak or African swine fever. There are instances where loads from Canada likely would be able to continue through. I think they're all either going to Idaho or California at this point in time.
Utah.
I think that Utah plant is closed.
Oh, is it?
I believe so, but don't quote me on that one. I'm pretty sure they all go to California or Idaho at this point in time. It really depends on where the initial detection is. If the initial detection is somewhere in close proximity to those travel routes, I think they're the most likely to be impacted. If the initial detection is far removed from that, we would assume that that remains a safe corridor. So it's trying to figure out what are the thresholds that will impact those continue on to your destination.
Mr. Chair, so if let's say those stock movements do go into effect, is there a USDA unloading facility in Padre now?
A USDA?
I know there's one along the route somewhere.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Kleinstesser, that's a great question, and I don't know the answer to that. I can do some digging on that.
I don't know of anything that would be in the Padre County.
Or maybe is there somewhere unloading area in that area there somewhere?
Well, there's two unloading areas there. They're transit areas for northern movement calves in the fall. There's two locations, one in Shelby, one was the one in Padre. Now one of the colonies just bought that place, so I don't know what happened there. But where the cattle going north would overnight in those premises and get an EID tag. And
or when if they get rejected loads, I think that's the same place outside of Shelby. Like if a load's going north to Canada and it gets rejected, a lot of times they'll come back and offload there until they can get whatever done they needed to get successfully across the border. Things that come in and anything that's crossed, it's either completely legal to be here in the United States and it could offload anywhere in theory, or it's on a sealed trailer and the only time it offloads is because it's reached its destination or there's an emergency. And if there's an emergency offloading, if the system works the way it's supposed to, we get plugged into that so that we can kind of reconcile those loads.
Yeah, basically reseal them when they're reloaded.
Yeah.
Make sure that the animals that came off go back on.
Yeah.
So
you said it's a unloading holding area there in Padre County. So is that not with the USDA or is that a separate thing?
So it's private.
I'm pretty sure,
private. I thought it was this one.
Yeah. And actually the one that was in Padre County, I think Miami or Monterey, yeah, it's Padre. So whether they'll continue, who knows? I would doubt that they would get involved in that. Because it's just it's a short term, it's a cash flow for the guys who want to do it, but it's fairly labor intensive for short periods, which within a colony in some respects because of the labor, being able to have a labor source for a few hours a day.
Source of income, that's the way I look at it.
Yeah. So, is there anything else, Dr. Smansky? Oh, we have this. We have a request. We have a request that we didn't act on. So, we have a motion. All right. William made a motion to accept. Alan, did I say a second? All right. We have a motion from William, a second from Alan to accept the request for on-state travel for Dr. Smansky or Dr. Peterson. Going back to Maryland, I think. So, Maryland. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Oh, there it is. Opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
That's
all I have
I
for you.
don't see any more things in your tab. I don't see-
So I have one more question.
All right, yes.
That's the ship program.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, yes, SHIP, Montana is one of the states that's participating in SHIP. With the transition to the new, to the Trump administration, a lot of, federal programs have been a little bit up in the air about how they're going to continue or what the structure will be like. SHIP has been in the process of transitioning from being overseen by folks at Iowa State University to being a federally codified program. That was put on pause for a period of time and now I think is moving forward again. USDA has gotten approval to hold the fall House of Delegates meeting. So that's a meeting where every year all of the participating states can come together with any proposed changes to the structure of the program, spend a couple days discussing and then vote on those for them to go into the program standards. That will happen again this fall. I think it's in early September in Minnesota. Once again, USDA has approval to send their staff there, so that meeting can actually happen. And then Montana has funding for that travel that will pay for 3 individuals to attend, 1 person from the Department of Livestock, and then 2 other delegates that are typically nominated by the Montana Pork Producers Council. And I don't believe at this point in time any of we have not hit the deadline yet for proposed changes, so we don't know what's going to be kind of on the docket for conversation this fall.
Okay, Eric, do you have any questions for Dr. Smatsky? Don't see anything. Is anyone else on?
No members of the public. Eric's the only board member we have left on.
And no members of the public.
And no members of the public.
So I guess we'll go with that comments then. So our next, thank you, Dr. Smatsky.
Thank you.
And our next item is a date for our next board meeting. The one thing that, we've talked a couple of times about having a meeting in the Bozeman-Livingston area, and I'm fairly confident that the midsummer is probably not very good for anybody, but just kind of think about it because we get too deep into the fall and there'll be other complications. So maybe we can look at September or early October timeframe and just think about whether that might work for everybody. So, and Mike, you're looking at your calendar. We had a little conversation last night about whether or not there's really a need for July meeting, but then.
Well, I know Greg's not on, but I know he had said July was tough for him at the last meeting. And it looks like, so you'd be looking at the last week of July.
It's a tough time. Ours.
That doesn't work for me. My wife's gone.
So we're probably into August. I know I'm out the first week of August. You could have the board meeting without me if you want to, but I'm out the first week of August.
Brian missed this one.
Yeah, there you go. He could take over and do my part next time. And I do notice, because I have that on my calendar, I don't know how many people are involved in that, but I know that Stock Growers has
The
their
T-Bone Classic.
T-bone
I was gonna
and
say,
stuff
I
the
see
next
the
week.
T-Bone Classic marked off here. So.
The next week. Yeah, it's on my calendar
The
too.
13th and 14th.
So the dinner's on the 13th and the golf tournament's on the 14th.
Wow, the end of
Practice
the
up.
actually, yeah. What's that?
You practice up with your golf.
I know.
It's one time a year you golf.
Really good at it.
I know one year we did do a meeting on that day of the meal. We did a meeting in Billings, but I don't know that anybody has an interest. Eric would probably have an interest in us having a meeting in Billings. It cut down his drive time quite a bit.
Brands market meeting is
Oh.
planned for the 14th.
In
So
Billings.
you'll actually have a chunk of us already in Billings, just throwing that out there.
Okay, so yeah, that's right. The brands market staff are all coming to Billings for a meeting on the 14th.
Yeah.
And you're gonna be a part of that,
I'll be
Jay's
a
gonna be a
part
part of
of that,
that,
yeah, be a part
so,
of that.
so they'll all already be there. If you wanted to do that, we could try to figure out, maybe the beef council will be nice and let us use their room again, or if not, we can figure out, we can find a room to have a meeting in Billings, that's not a problem. If you wanted to do that, if not, you've got the next week after that.
Well, you mentioned harvest. I'm gonna be involved in harvest too, but harvest probably isn't gonna be as big a thing this year as in our country.
We gotta think positive.
It's gonna rain like heck the next 2
I'm
weeks,
thinking
right?
positive, but I'm thinking practical too.
Things are a little short already.
Yeah,
It's not gonna be, that rain that we had last weekend, we'll have a winter wheat crop anyway. But it'll be off in July. I mean, around Great Falls, it's getting quite a bit of color to it already.
But Great Falls wasn't too dry.
Huh?
Great Falls area wasn't too
No, but there's a few spots when you go north, go south, Augusta looks good. By the time you get over to Milford, then it starts looking a little dry again. And then of course you get up here to Seaman and it looks pretty good again. All right, well, so you wanna, shoot for the 13th of August in Billings?
I can make that work.
It would fit the staff probably as good as.
Yeah, well, like I said, Jay and Tony will be there, and we probably won't have much of a financial report for August. I don't know if we'll have year end ready or not. If we do, they can join us by Zoom and do it if they don't want to come over. And I'm already headed over that direction. Sounds like Lily's already headed that direction. Like I said, it cuts about 3.5 hours off of Eric's not speaking up, but it cuts 3.5 hours off his drive if he's able to come in person.
No, it's not bad for Greg either.
No. And Cheryl.
Oh, he came off
It's
mute
supposed
to
to be-
see if he's got something to say.
Eric. go ahead.
That's fine. That works for me.
Yeah.
You could probably make a lot more days in Billings work than in Helena. Is that a correct statement? He's going back on mute. Okay, all right. We are going to have our next meeting on the 13th of August in Billings, location to be determined.
Yeah, we'll get that figured out. I have no doubt we'll find a place to have a meeting in Billings. That's
Sure we
easy.
will.
I'll try to make it, no promises, with so much going on this time of year. I know I got a few weddings coming up this year, I don't know yet when, so it's really kind of work in progress.
Somebody in your family or
Yeah, my
your niece? So where will that wedding be then?
one in Chester, one in Havre area.
Because the weddings are at the groom's colony usually. Or?
It's a kind of at the groom's colony, but it's a kind of a 4 or 5 day thing once you.
Oh yeah, you gotta. That's where you better take that big mug so you don't wear out.
And your sunglasses. Better shoot the media.
Yeah, you take that one, and whoever's the biggest beer drinker at the harvest party, then you just assign that mug to him, and maybe it'll slow him down just a little bit. Huh?
So we also discussed at one time to look at the Montana 8 facility. They asked me here a while back. I said I don't know what the plan is. I'll just run it by the board and see what.
They in Great Falls.
Yeah.
We'll have a meeting in Great Falls sometime. We'll start traveling around the state. There's nothing wrong with that. I actually have said we should do more of that.
Well,
than versus being here in Helena all the time. Yeah.
Well, and we'll have to make sure that that information gets out through stock growers and Farm Bureau anyway, the ranching community. So because there'll be some coming in for that golf tournament, if they want to come in a little bit early and sit in on it.
And if we're in Billings, I remember the last time we met in Billings, I think we had Joe Goggins speak to the board, kind of did a special presentation about issues. And so, I mean, if there's anything like that people want.
He just went to a bunch of industry leaders got together and had.
Yeah. So it's a lot easier to ask somebody to show up if we're in their town. So if there's anything around Billings like that, or anyone around Billings that you said that you think, well, this is someone I'd like to give about half an hour, whatever on our agenda, to give us a little update on what they see from their perspective world, let me know. We can always add that and put that on the agenda and ask people to come by.
Well, my in-laws live 20 miles from town there, so I'm not lost in that area.
Oh, yeah. You have a place to stay, huh? And you probably would have, if you played right, you'd have a pastor that would be willing to go with you to visit her parents.
I'm sure.
Well, that's good. So, Jay, just step back in. Is there something that you'd like to share with us, Jay, or are you just coming in?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I was just saying, I had, was thinking, we have a hotel kind of conference room reserved for our meeting on the 14th.
See if you can get that for 13th.
See if we can get that for the 13th.
There you go.
Just get rooms and just kind of make it all in one bundle, kind of like we did Butte. So that might be easy.
Sure.
So,
yeah. All right. Well, got plenty of time, 6 weeks. Got to figure it out, logistics out. So.
We figured out Butte. If we can figure out Butte, we can figure out Billings.
Yeah, Billings is pretty easy. Is there anything else that needs to come before this? Hearing nothing else, meeting's adjourned. Thank you all for making the trip. And so,
All right,
which one needs a cup of coffee? Is there
I'm
one
good
out
now.
the door?
I got my Diet Coke.